Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Blue Morning show, specifically another Chelsea Transfer Watch show, where we take our time and to analyze players that have been linked with the move to Chelsea Football Club. And sometimes we're sick for news, emerging rumors, and discuss them to see whether they make sense or not. But more importantly, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you. I hope you're all, enjoying whatever time it is where you are. But just know, I mean to say hello to you and say greetings to you. Reflective of whatever time zone you are in. But that's, by the way, sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Quite a lot to talk about today. Let's go for it. Yes, people, keep dropping the likes on the stream, and please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. More importantly, before we move on, I hope you are eating blue, sleeping blue, waking up blue, and overall living the blue life. For me, it is always the same for me. And please, for those of you that are watching for one reason or the other, not able to participate in the chat, just remember we appreciate you because you provide great value to the community. But we want to ask you for one more favor, if you can. Please do take a second to drop a like on the stream. Nobody will even know you did that. The likes do go a long way. But we move on straight away. Let me see who we have in the chat. That's how we'll roll here. Say hello to them. First of all, yep. For some reason, I don't want to talk about we weren't able to, roll yesterday. But yeah, it's all good. Nothing bad happened. Hello to you too. Bright Ochuko. Hi. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join us here today. I appreciate you. Happy Sunday and a happy Pride Month to everyone. I sent to you if you celebrate that. That's Code Web. I appreciate you. Okay, big up Contender FC. Okay, Brianna Yahayu, aka Vivella FC, aka Contender FC. Nice to see you. I think I mixed it up today. Usually not in the order that I like to say it. Gordon Frog says makes you scratch your head, thinking if Real Madrid want him, maybe we've been using him wrong with all what you said and the managers and all. Heston, I know who you're referencing, but we'll talk about him in a bit. For me, I think is actually there's a good player in him. For you could say my argument is that he's struggled for multitude of reasons. If he ends up leaving, I'll still be okay. If he stays, I'll be fine. But we'll talk about him when we get to that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Big up. Wow, Pochettino is incredible. Now he's a blue. Yeah, was saying that you lot. Okay, was saying Chelsea cannot challenge. Can challenge. I'm not sure. Blue Poch. I'm sure we can challenge with Poch. Pochettino is a great manager. And plus, we have the sort of talents that thrive under him. Lots of young players able to run as much as he wants them to run. I think we're going to do great under Pochettino. And pardon me, every now and then I'll be taking my coffee because, I needed this. So 4:18 a.m. my time. But very soon, I think in a few days or maybe so, we'll start the evening show, the daily roundup show once again. And it's going to be every day. So there will be the Blue Morning show will be not as as lengthy as it's been. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes will go a long way. Please be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't. He says Premier League title with Poch. If they can find a world-class number 9, we will be in the top 3 next season for sure. All I can say, we just need to be strategic in the market in the coming season. And my bro, ZV Genius, nice to see you, bro Zivo this time. I hope you're doing well. You haven't been streaming for a while, but it looks like you started again. If you're watching, if you haven't, click the three dots to Zivo Genius's name. Go to his channel. Be sure to subscribe. Believe me, you will not regret it. He knows football very well, but he focuses on Chelsea mainly. Here we have Drummond, James, Charles, and Mount gone. I still don't think Kai Havertz will leave, but let's see what happens. Yeah, what else do we have here? Why just a two-year contract for the Blue Pot? Here's the thing: if you're asking that question, then you were not paying attention to how given ground bought a five-year contract turned out to be a huge mistake, because when they wanted to let him go, it wasn't easy. It was so difficult because you'd have to pay quite a lot to let him go. But fortunately for them, they were able to come to an, you can say, should I say, amicable, you can say, they were able to agree on maybe they paid lower. They paid less than they should have paid. Yeah, so they've learned from their mistakes, and from their mistakes, they're learning from their mistakes, and I like that, really. Hi, Coach. That is Justice Aqua. Fab just confirmed Benzema leaving Real Madrid, which means a Kai transfer is happening. No, that's not certain. Kai Havertz is not Benz isn't Kai Havertz. They're both two different type of players. And even if Real Madrid ends up signing Kai Havertz will not. He cannot. You can say get the job. He cannot do the job that Benzema has done. For Real Madrid, not even close. Maybe as a creator, he'd do well for them. Big up to you too, Santiago Mono. I hope you're doing well. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We'll have 29 likes already. We're shooting for 200 likes today, so let's make it happen. Unfortunately, nobody wants to buy Kepa Arrizabalaga. That's not saying he's a good goalkeeper, but first of all, his wage is a huge issue. Napoli wanted him. I think Napoli, what club again? Two clubs actually wanted him last summer. But because his salary is an issue, he ends up not leaving. So that may well still be an issue. And if you were Kepa Arrizabalaga, wouldn't you stay and just say you want to stay and fight for your place? But yeah, you want to stay and earn the money you're earning, because it's not easy. It's business for all parties involved. And by the time you know it, he gets to leave on a free and take a pay cut and start earning lower elsewhere, if that makes sense. Because everyone is scared of Kepa can do the salary thing again. I don't think that's everyone's issue. It's the salary mainly, because that's a good goalkeeper in Kepa Arrizabalaga. Big up to you too, Martin. Oh, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining the show. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We're 29 likes already. And if you're a moderator, please keep reminding people to keep dropping the likes on the stream so that I can talk less about that and concentrate on hosting the show. Big up Coachella, who bleeds a blue blood in the house. A lot of us do. A lot of us, we bleed. I know you bleed blue too. I hope I understand what you're typing there. But Tammy Dio, Olunwa Rokami, my brother, I appreciate you. Always nice to see you. Thank you for joining. Hello, Coach. Hello to you too, Lucy Catherine. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Thank you so much. That means a lot to the community. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Nkunku will be a great player for Chelsea. Do I need a scientist to realize that? No, we all know he's an excellent player. I wrote an article, addressing the issue of people calling him the black Timo Werner, the French Timo Werner, and all that. And if you want the link, if you haven't checked Chelsea Perspective, that's our blog. There you see lots of good articles. And Jerry Z will be releasing a few soon if time allows. We have new people joining the team, but they haven't had, because it's a pro bono job. They have to, take all the time they need to work on the piece they want to release on the club's blog. But go check it there. Good articles there to read. Nkunku will be a great player for Chelsea. I think I've read that. You can say with Kai and Aubameyang leaving, Chelsea will be thin at number 9. However, don't be too sure that Kai Havertz is leaving, because I read something to the effect of Mauricio Pochettino blocking his move to Real Madrid. They say one man's poison is another man's food. And Rudiger being a prime example, he was crap under Frank Lampard, basically again at the door. But the moment Thomas Tuchel arrived, he became one of our best players, if that makes sense, and was pivotal to all the trophies we won under Thomas Tuchel, if that makes sense. Did I miss reading something here? Sorry, I don't want to do that. I still don't understand Mount's reason for leaving, because you're not Mount. There's no way you'd understand. Right? Business for all parties involved. Rumors are that he wants more money, and if that's the case, bye-bye to him. like I've always said, if he stays, fine. If he leaves, fine. But I'm not going to go to the extent of trying to blame Mount or blame Todd Boehly and co for Mount leaving. No, they've held a series of talks, and if they're not able to come to come to an agreement, it's simple. It just didn't work out, and both parties will go their separate ways. That's how life works. Since rumors say he wanted a raise, it's just rumors, like you pointed out there. Ugarte coming right, it seems like it. First, I think what's that out? The Portuguese outlet, I think it's a record. Portugal reported that it's done and dusted. He will become a Chelsea player. Then Fabrizio Romano came out with a report saying it's not done and dusted yet, but Chelsea are strongly pushing to get it done, and it's looking like it's going to happen. If it happens, I take it. That will make me happy. But we'll still talk about. We'll not analyze the situation with people believing that if we sign Ugarte and sign Caicedo, that we'll still have youngster Andreas Santos in the team. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. If we do that, then Santos will hardly play, and you can say that will be detrimental to his development. He's a young player and needs to play. So if we end up signing Caicedo too, it simply means that, to me, Andres Santos will most likely leave on loan, because it just doesn't make any sort of sense. I think Kai should be playing his number 10 role in next year and see how he will contribute in the attacking bite of Chelsea. And that's a bad. Derek, nice to see you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. But let's see what happens. There's a chance he still leaves. There's a chance he still stays, because rumors are that Mauricio Pochettino has blocked his move away from the club. Tamidai says, guys, welcome all. Do like and subscribe to the channel and invite your friends. Today, as always, is going to be a full of great content, full of us being objective and not just name calling or just gaslighting you. We try to analyze every rumor we see out there and try to come to a sensible conclusion, which is how we also advise our followers to operate. Tamidai also says, what are the chances of Ugarte, Caicedo, and Osimhen Kuchila? Ugarte looking likely. Caicedo, I'm not too sure. I get it. Rumors are that we want both Ugarte and Caicedo. I'm not too sure until I see it happen. Because if you've signed them both, if we're going to sign both, it begs the question, what are we going to do with Andreas Santos? And what are we going to do with Cesare Caicedo, who's also, playing? If you watch him play, you'd say he's mature beyond his age. So, but let's see what happens. I want Caicedo, I want Ugarte, and at the same time, I want Andreas Santos to get a chance in the first team and do well. But unfortunately, I cannot eat my cake and have it. I still don't think that would sign Caicedo and sign Ugarte and still keep Andreas Santos would definitely be, again, that would not be good for his development, because he will hardly have the time to get the chance to play, if that makes sense, except if he's deployed in another position. If Poch is a transitional manager and Chelsea will look for a new manager in 2 years, no, I don't think that's the case. I think they learned from the mistake they made with the case of Graham Potter. They gave him a 5-year contract, and when he wasn't doing well, it was difficult to let him go. I think Graham Potter himself, I think he had to agree, okay, let's talk. I didn't think they did not pay him as much as they would have paid him had they fired him. I think they had a conversation with him, and they felt like, well, maybe he didn't do well enough. He just has to move on from the Chelsea job, if that makes sense. No, they're just being cautious, and that's how you do it these days. 2 years or so, at most 3 years. Then, if it works out, then we can extend. Which I like that, if that makes sense. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Long time coach, and it's been like 20 years. Moshi Sabeta, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing, my friend? He says, I see you're still going strong, growing the channel, growing the community. We don't call it channel anymore, we call it community. And thanks to all the excellent panelists we've always had here. And also thanks to also excellent contributors who prefer to stay in the chat. I think that's the reason why the community is growing. And good to see you too, brother. More importantly, I hope you're doing well. Please do let us know. We like to find out. You heard it, guys. Keep dropping the likes on the stream now. And also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes to go a long way. I'm liking this new coffee. Coffee wakes me up quicker than usual. I think we should replace Kai with Slobozai if Real Madrid want Kai. Here's the thing. Right now, I'm still going to say the Real Madrid talks are all rumors at this point. Plus, again, am I too sure Kai Havertz is going to leave? Not too sure. Because we'll be asking for 80 million pounds plus, or at least 70 million pounds. Let's say 60. But I don't think Real Madrid will be willing to spend that much money on him at this moment. Because none of our players, you can say, have been astounding, was outstanding in the past season, except for our defenders maybe. No point in keeping a guy who doesn't want to be here. And how do we know that he doesn't want to be here? That's the thing. It's all just rumors. But that's by the way, and I don't think the club, if they really want to keep him, I don't think they'd be in a rush to sell him because after the coming season, I think he still have about 2 years left on his contract. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's keep going, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Hello, Coach Boy, my bro. Taking a look at Ugarte reminds me of Matic vibes. Watching the game yesterday, Nkunku is a big game player. We have a gem in both of them. And Ugarte, I think, he's different from, he's a better dribbler than Matic. If an eye test can tell you that even before you start looking at numbers, I think he's more mobile than Matic is. Matic isn't that mobile on the pitch, but he's a perfect, again, he's a good DM. I think Ugarte is not your stereotypical DM. He reminds me of Ismail Benes of AC Milan every time I see him play, which was why I like Ismail Benes. I think Ugarte will be great, and he's still just 22. So hopefully it would be a Boy. I hope you're doing well. Yes, good people, keep dropping the likes on the stream. We're 39 likes already. It looks like we're on fire today, and we'll go a long way. How will Caicedo, Ugarte, and Enzo Fernandez play? If we're going to, I released should I call it not probable lineup, possible lineup. Chelsea 2023, 2024 possible lineup. And I use a 4-3-3 structure to accommodate them both. In a situation where you'll have Enzo central, Ugarte to his right, and Caicedo to his left. If you want to have them, the three of them on the pitch, most likely a 3-4-3, a 4-3-3 structure, so to speak. But maybe I think you can still accommodate. I don't think it makes sense to play Caicedo in number 8 position. It just doesn't make sense. So if we have the three of them, most likely a 4-3-3 will be the best structure to accommodate the three of them. But I'm still skeptical. I still don't think we'll get Ugarte and Moises Caicedo. But if we do that, I'd take it. Both are excellent players and will make us better. It's different. It's different creating it from the back, but asking Enzo to play further forward and make those tight passes is different. I don't think Enzo will be starting for the forward. I think he's that deep, but we'll have the independence to be more adventurous than usual. I think he'd be better. He'd be more effective for us if he starts from the deep. Then we'll also get a number 10, a number 8 capable of producing clear-cut chances from the central area. Or you can say producing double digits in terms of chances created from the central area. I think that will make a whole lot of difference from us. Then we'll have Enzo, who's able to create from a deeper position and also score if he gets closer to the final third and gets a chance to have a go at the opposition goal. He'd do that. So with Enzo isn't the sole solution to our problem, but a lot of people aren't paying attention. But I'll keep bringing up that argument to maybe people start listening. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. King Kai should leave. Okay, let's see what happens. Jean Makloba, it's up to the club to decide. And now I don't know what to believe. I don't know whether to believe he'd leave or whether to believe he'd stay. Blue Potch, Harry Maguire to Chelsea is likely. No, it's not likely. Except if they're going to pay us to take him, and then we'll sign him and then sell him. It's likely. Blue Potch will ask him, are you Harry United or Harry English to make the decision? I think I know where you're coming from, because for England, he's actually excellent. His struggles are all at Manchester United, and why that's the case, I simply do not know. And it just looks like Leicester City they're very good at making a lot of money from lots of the big clubs. All right, let's move on from that. I'm going to be quick so that I can sweep switch to the next item we have lined up there. We lost Georgia now losing RFC. Kovacic and Kante. Santos will not need to go out on loan. We need more midfielders. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe I should have paid attention to that fact. But because he's a young player, he needs to play week in, week out. At least you can say at Chelsea, do you think he'd get enough game time to keep developing effectively? I think it will be an issue, but let's see what happens. If they have a plan for him, because he's one player, when you see him play, you realize he's actually matured beyond his age. He's a fine footballer. Hopefully we'll accommodate him. But let's see. Every big team has 5 to 7 midfielders. Injuries can happen, but you don't do that with young players. That's my argument. But if you can make it work, I really would like Andrea Santos to be part of the first team in the coming season. Here we go for Chelsea. Are you playing Mecca or Bassi, or what's your first name? Let me just go with Bassi there. Here we go. What are you reporting there? Osimhen would be a good signing. Imagine him combined with Nkunku. I see fire. Moshi Sabete. Let's see if that happens. We're not too sure whether the club wants him. Some rumors say that our priority is to sign Dusan Vlahovic. Others are saying we're bent on getting Victor Osimhen and we'll do whatever it takes to get him. Osimhen, I think maybe it's not a possibility because the price being quoted is something I don't think we'll have the luxury to do in the summer. But let's see what happens. I don't have access to the club's pocket books to know how much they're able to spend, or accountant books. Finally, we needed to talk about how good Nkunku is. He's an excellent player, but we're not prepared to talk about him today. We have other items lined up that we have to. But kindly, Kristen Norton, I hope you're doing well. If we have space by the time the show ends, I think we'll still talk about him. Emmanuel MasonMount should go away. You don't have to keep any player who don't want to play for Chelsea. It's as simple as that. If he's leaving, it's because after a series of talks between his camp and Chelsea Football Club, they were not able to come to an agreement. And the next action, it's simple, common sense. Both parties will walk their separate ways. It's as simple as that. Let's see what else we have lined up here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Coachella, should we move for Dembele of Barcelona? I'm not too sure. It doesn't look like I'm interested in him. But let's see what the club does. And I wouldn't advise to do that right now. There's no guarantee he stays fit, but it looks like he hasn't gotten injured for a while now. So maybe he's grown, the injury issues he's had in the past, but there's no way to tell. I know this for years, and now that Mount is a pure Man United fan, maybe you've known that for years. I don't. I've heard something to the effect of him being from Portsmouth. So I'm not too sure what to make of that. You saying he's always known that he's a Manchester United fan. There are lots of argument out there. Some are arguing that he's jumping ship or because we're in trouble and because we don't have Champions League football and all that. To me, it just doesn't matter. The reason he's leaving don't really matter to me. It's business for all parties involved, him, the club. And again, when they meet, both parties will be seeking for an outcome that will favor them. Maybe that hasn't happened. So we move on from that. Chelsea should sign Benzema. I don't see a Osimhen transfer happening. Good luck getting Karim Benzema, given how much he's going to get if he goes to Saudi Arabia. I don't think we're not even, we don't have the luxury. We cannot sign him. Let me just put it straight to you. We can lose both Kova and Kante. Midfield will suffer. I say it that way. But maybe for some reason we don't know. I don't know. You cannot actually say right now that we're looking to sell N'Golo Kante. If anything, all we've heard is that the contract talks for a new contract for N'Golo Kante has since been put on standby. What that means, I honestly do not know. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and if you're there, please bulk up what you have to put in the chart and send them as a paragraph rather than sending them bit by bit. It can be difficult to get other people's contributions in the chat. No counting silver. We may have the youngest squad in the league. I think, especially in the back line, I don't think we should let Thiago, even Koulibaly and Thiago, either to maybe if we're gonna let defenders go, it should be one of the older players, not both. If we let them both go, I think we'll have a bunch of you can say at most average age of 22, being our defenders, and that to me, without the lead, a seasoned defender, seasoned head to lead the back line, I think we'll have issues. I hope we don't risk letting Thiago Silva and Koulibaly leave in the same window. Please stop. You've repeated this 1,000 times now, and honestly, I don't like saying that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 74 people watching, and we're still at 46 likes. We can do better than that. Poch knows those players that give headache. So now he needs to fish them out now. Those players that want to leave Chelsea, I think I think they will furnish him with that information. Let him know these are the players that have indicated that they want to leave the club. So that's not an issue for me. I am sure Chelsea will try and see if City may sell Edson Alvarez. Alvarez is world class, and it is blasphemous to sit on the bench and eat ice cream. I understand what you mean, but here's the thing. I think it'd be at Man City for at least one more season. I don't think they sell him in the coming season, in the coming transfer window. But let's see what happens. That's just me speculating. The problems we had last season. I think hopefully the problems are behind us right now. Chelsea fans Osimhen carries does not match. I'm not sure I'm able to make sense of that. Apologies. That's not me trying to skip your message. But sometimes it can be difficult to understand what those in the chat wants to say. What do I do with my Mount jersey? Do I throw it away? Good question. Here's the thing. If he ends up leaving, just say, yeah, he was once a Chelsea player, and it doesn't matter. It's actually valuable because they won't print them anymore. So you're probably lucky to have one, if that makes sense. I'd keep it. But good question right there. But by this FC, I think I'm not going to call the club names for rumors out there. I think we're vulnerable. So content creators, they are exploiting our vulnerability because every story they believe out there, as long as it's aligned with what the slightest of the issues we're having, it makes sense to a lot of us, and we suck up to it, if that makes sense. We cannot lose both Kovacic and Kante. Midfield will be a disaster. I've argued that myself. We need experience. Here's the thing. If we have to learn, again, the importance of experience, look at Arsenal's season, how he ended. They started very well, but they lacked experience. And you could say that hurt them badly. We don't want a situation where, again, by the time the coming season ends, we'll look back and say, yeah, we could have, tried to sign, you can say, balance out the squad with experience and youth, and not all a bunch of 22-year-olds. I think that's risky. I think I understand your argument, and I feel the same too. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We're 49 likes, getting to half of. We need to get 200 likes today, and we're at 49, which means I think it's looking good. It's looking like it's going to happen. We needed to buy experience. Yeah, we need Chelsea till I die. We need a good mix of experience and youth. Big up to you, Bobby, my bro. I hope you're recovering well. Always nice to see you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Thank you so much for finding the time to join in the show, people. Let's keep the like. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, people. Bayern Munich. I am for Declan Rice. I think it looks like I'm not too sure where he's going to end up. Rumors are that Bayern want him. Rumors are that Arsenal are preparing a bid. Have they made the bid yet? I don't know. But I've always known that it doesn't look like he's going to come to Chelsea. And I'm actually, because I've become somebody's name because of that argument. But I want to move on from that. Let's see what's going to happen. Maybe he goes to Arsenal. Maybe he ends up at Bayern, because rumors are that Thomas Tuchel loves him. Mount will flop more than Eden Hazard. Maybe. I wish him well, honestly. I don't think it's because he's leaving. No. We don't know the reason why his camp and the Chelsea hierarchy were not able to come to an agreement. To me, I wish him well. Maybe he thought that he's going to win the world best at Manchester United. He's capable of doing that. Here's the thing. What I wish Mount is for him to start working under a coach that will recognize that he's actually still learning, and not focus on just making the most of his industry, the amount of running he does on the pitch. A manager that will recognize there's more to Mount's game than just his industry, and help him become a better player. That's what I wish him, because I think there's a better player in Mount that we've seen. It's just that except for his time in the Netherlands, every other manager he's played onto has prioritized his industry, and just puts him on the pitch to run, press, and all that. But every now and then you'd see flashes of what he's capable of doing beyond his industry, if that makes sense. I'm going to move on from that. I don't think I can. I just want him to do well. I don't think it's okay to do that, but that's you. The people wanting Koulibaly to leave are, I'm not sure. I'm not going to call them any sort of names, but we'll see things from different lenses. And if you pay attention to the numbers beyond the eye test, and you recognize actually he's been one of our better players, and if you also can pay attention to the game properly, our defense have actually struggled because we don't have the two sexes or the midfielders haven't done much to help protect the defensive line. But unfortunately, it's not a Chelsea thing to think Chelsea for. It's not a thing for Chelsea fans to think logically. We just look things on the surface and take it and run with it. So people keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. We have 90 people watching. Let's get the likes up. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. Let's make it happen, people. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And this says, thanks be to God that we have good players like Levi Cowell. He's an excellent talent. I'd like to see him progress. I'd like to see him get a lot of chance in the first team, maybe in the midfield area, because I've followed him long enough to know we have again an excellent talent in him. Hopefully he gets the chance to progress. Chelsea fans, I urge you to remain calm when Pochettino is in the kitchen cooking. Things are going to be better. I think he's going to, serve us some delicious football, and we're going to like it. Purposeful football. We're not going to complain about too many back passes or sideways passes. More progressive, more, you could say, passes with intent and all that. More vertical passes. I think would love to see Poch. Hopefully, as I've always said, I think I strongly believe we'll be able to do better than a lot of people anticipate we'll do in the coming season. But first of all, we have to be strategic in the market. And I think the club, they're smart enough. I think they will do the needful, and then we'll be ready to cook in the coming season. You can say, AKA getting Pochettino all the ingredients he likes, to get started in the kitchen. To the guy who has a Mount shirt, you will need to burn that Mount. I wouldn't burn it. It's valuable. And again, at one point, he was one of the best players we had at the club. But that's just me. Will Onana be the club captain? Poch always had goalkeeper or defender as club captain. I don't think so. I don't think Onana comes to Chelsea and becomes a club captain. I think that will raise eyebrows in the dressing room. It'd be a risk. That would be a bad start for him, if that makes sense. Okay, Tamida, they're responding to Contender FC. Yes, please, if you're responding to someone, just mention their name so I know you're responding to someone and not read it. The people wanting Koulibaly to leave after one season are so fickle and hypocritical. Koulibaly, one average season, they want him out. One average season, how many games? And in a season where you can say nearly every Chelsea player underperformed. You can say the team as a unit underperformed. So it just doesn't make sense to isolate the performance of a single player. That's just how I feel. We shouldn't. We have no right to single out a single Chelsea player and critique them. We should critique the team as a unit. Talk about the managers. Again, where we are today for a myriad of reasons, for multitude of reasons, not just the individual players. And Mudryk and his excuses needs time. Yeah, again, I'm not into that. I recognize the reason why we struggled, and it's no time to, I get it. Some players were so awful that sometimes you'd have no option than to just call them out. But I don't think it actually makes sense to isolate the performances of individual players, because it's that sort of season where the team as a whole underperformed. Throw all burn that nonsense. Shut of Mount of. Here's the thing: we should be cautious. None of us again. They've held you could say numerous talks and still couldn't come to an agreement. It's simple. move on. They're gonna move on. Don't dwell on it. Without you, there's no way you can forget all the rumors, all the nonsense we've heard in the media. Citing reason why they believe Mount have decided to join Manchester United, and now we're seeing a bit of back and forth from Mount camp and the clubs of PR machines out there. We seriously do not know what happened, and that has gotten to the extent that he wants to leave the club. It's as simple as that. Move on. I've always said if he stays, fine for me. If he leaves, fine by me, if that makes sense. In terms of players, let's not worry, gentlemen. If a player wishes to go, the club has no option. Just let the player go. It's as simple. I wouldn't want the club to keep any player that wants to leave. I remember when Rudiger was abused. Yeah, I remember that too. KK, better than Fofana for sure in big games, more experience. Fofana is a good player. I think he will mature. As he matures, he'll become even more polished, and then we'll start seeing less and less of those reckless mistakes we've seen from him, or unnecessary dribbles in front of our goal, which is too risky. I think as he matures, we'll start seeing less and less of that. We need experienced heads to lead the defense, our back line. It'd be a mistake to let Koulibaly go, and even with Silva alone will not be enough, because he will not play every game. I think even Graham Potter, he used that the two of the most experienced defenders we have in the team when he was still our manager. He used them again effectively. When Thiago Silva isn't playing, he made sure that Koulibaly is on the pitch, and that went a long way for us. We suffered for other reasons, not because of our defensive line. Even at some point, even as we were struggling, we actually had the best defensive record in the club in the league, if that makes sense. But thank you for supporting KK today. I thought it was just me, but big up. Let's keep it going, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. It looks like we're gonna make 200 likes today. We're already at 66 likes, and it looks like somebody renewed their membership or somebody become a new member. And I can't see that to highlight it and thank the person. But against mid-lower tier clubs, Fofana is equal to decent. I think I cannot argue against that, because you have. If I try to argue against it, I'm quite sure you have games to talk about to prove your point. I think he's not polished. He needs time, but I've seen enough good in him to know that he's a good defender. And again, once I'm going to repeat this, the more he plays, the more he matures, the more we'll start to see less and less of those mistakes that are first of all, you must recognize are very common players in his age bracket, if that makes sense. We don't need to buy any England player again. We're not into Emmanuel. We're not into mentioning nationality like that. I think it will come across as it will come across as I don't want to even say that. I don't think it's okay. Nationality shouldn't come into the discussion of what player would buy or not. We still have English player in the Chelsea squad, whether you like it or not. At least there's a quota you must meet. Homegrown players, and 90% of the time, 99.9% of the time, actually, the homegrown players are English players, if that makes sense. I remember when Rudiger was abused by this fan base from pillar to post. Now doing the same with Koulibaly, who hasn't been here for a year and didn't get to play that much. Actually, had to try again. I don't want to, for multitude of a reason. We had defensive issues, not because we have that defenders. I want Havertz out. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Kovacic, and Mount, and that's Japa with Aboki. I hope you're well. I do speak Hausa too, but Aboki to me is an Hausa language. Correct me if I'm wrong. Japa with Aboki, and I like Hausa language so much because I grew up in the northern Nigeria before moving to the States. Fabrizio, here we go for Benzema. Yep, I saw that too. Somebody, I think it was Namaya in the chat who suggested we should go for Benzema, but I do not think we can afford Karim Benzema. It's as simple as that. Let's get Caicedo, Ugarte, Vlahovic, and Osimhen. That's who Caicedo, Ugarte, Vlahovic, and Osimhen. We cannot get them all. It's as simple as that. Even I think we can get most likely. It's looking like it's going to be Vlahovic. That's according to rumors, but let's see what happens. Stalin, Mudryk, Madueke, who else next year? Next year, I'm not sure I understand that question. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are already at 30 likes. Let's get the likes up, people. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes a day, and that can only happen if you keep dropping the likes on the stream. We know why they underperform, right? Lampard told us about it, or at least, according to him, our boys aren't fit enough. Should he even be saying that? That miffed me. Honestly, I was vexed. I was angry when I saw that statement from Frank Lampard. That's not something you should say. You had how long? Yeah, if they're not fit, yeah, put them through their paces and get them to become fit. You shouldn't even be saying that. And I refuse to believe that was the reason why we struggled. No, that's just him making excuses. Had he won, let's say, half of the games that he managed us for, I think he wouldn't be saying that. That's just him making excuses, and it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look good actually for him to be saying such. Wally Waldo, I don't know if I've said hello to you, but apologies if I haven't. You know how much I respect and love you, brother, and I appreciate the fact that you're always, even when you're walking, but you're always locking. I will never forget that. Also, big up coach and the panel. Hope you're all doing good. I'm doing good. And how about you, bro? I hope you're doing well. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We have 105 people watching, and we have 72 likes already. Let's get the likes up, people. Let's keep it going. It looks like we're going to make it to 200 likes today, and I sincerely do appreciate that. If Mount wants the best player, then I see why Chelsea has been so bad. All PR and sentimental awards. Average, overrated player. Here's the thing, I like his humility, actually. There was one time when he received the best player of the season. He said he doesn't think he deserves it. Yeah. And here's the thing, I don't have anything against Mount, like I told you, and I'm not going to go into the extent of arguing whether he's a good player or not. I think he's a good player. Do I think he's the best player at Chelsea? No. Do I think it's the worst? No. I'm just going to leave it at that. And if he leaves, it's because his camp and the club's hierarchy, they're not able to come to an agreement. It's as simple as that. It's not my business how much he's asking. I don't play for him whenever he's selected, if that makes sense. Coach, why aren't we okay, that's Mobile Centurion says, why aren't we about our under 20 midfielder doing great for their countries in the tournament? I think we've talked about them beat by beat. People do raise them. They are excellent. The question is, are we going to be able to accommodate Cesar Casadei? Are we going to be able to accommodate what's his name? Andreas Santos. Even Pies is Kendrick Pies is still just 16, so he will most likely join the academy if he comes. But I don't think I don't know when he joins us. I think he doesn't join us until he's 18, if that makes sense. But for the other two, it's not that simple to just look at them and say, okay, this is where they belong in the team. To be honest, if Mount leaves, then I think Kai can thrive. Maybe. And rumors are that Pochettino wants to keep him, and I've seen some reports to the effect of Pochettino blocking Kai Havertz move to Real Madrid, if that makes sense. But we're not too sure what's going to happen. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Very soon I'll have to scroll to the very bottom of everything we have here, so that I'm able to so that we can jump into the items we'll have lined up to talk. Suleiman Ahmed said, "Let Kai go. It's not up to us." But this we have to have conversations about his future. I think there's a good player in him, but I've always let you know. Again, if he leaves, fine. If he stays, fine. And if he's going to stay at Chelsea, and then we'll still hear people complaining he's not played in his best position, then just let him go. Maybe get a chance to play. The perceived best position. I still think that's a good player in him. We can begin with Valverde. Good luck. Whose contract when? You're talking about was Federico Valverde. His contract expires, I think, 2028 or so. I don't think maybe. Let's see. Havertz leaving is the best news I've heard of for a while. I said making new. Good luck. And if you think he's going to leave, not for certain. While will become again a better player for United. What? Okay. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go along with 75 likes, 25 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. And I want to appeal to those of you that are also watching, but for one reason or the other, not able to participate in the chat, remember, we appreciate you. Please, if you can do that for us, it does go a long way. A couple of years ago, I said these players, the fan base called generational talent, are average, overrated, and overhyped. But but was abused and told I am not proper choice. Here's the thing: if you're gonna go about and be saying that, then yeah, take the abuse and move on. Let's move on from them. We have something else to talk about here, but I get your argument. We missed Mason Mount against Manchester United, Man City. Eriksen was dead. So pay up and take him if you want to take him, since he wants to join you. And official talks have begun between the two clubs involved. But let's see what happens. If we had Mason Mount instead of Eriksen, you would have beaten City, then pay up. He would do good work for you in the coming season. Keep dropping the likes in the stream, people, please. The likes do go a long way. And thank you so much. Mount isn't world class. That's not what we're here to talk about, and I'm not going to get into that argument. If that makes sense, please. You be at the back of your mind whether you think it's a good player or a bad player. It is up to you. If that makes sense. PR awards average. Okay, that's how you keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Coach, say yeah. I said yeah, and I remember something about the guy ordering something at a drive-through, and then he was there for yeah. The food, big up, brother. Always nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. The moment I said that, I remember that joke. I'm not too sure about Ugarte. He looks more like an Arsenal type of player. We need more size for DM. A good player, though. Here's the thing: whatever he likes in size, he makes up for in aggression. And I think he's a fine player. I think he will be fine for us. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Hola, senora. My bro, Roger. Boop. Always nice to see you. Hola, coach. Are you having panelists today, or should I go on the Tea Lady Perspective show? I decided I just forgot to send it. But Roger, I hate you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. We need just 26 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen, people. Let's see what we have. But Roger, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Ugarte is so slow, and Enzo is slow. Your midfield will get exposed. I don't think Ugarte is slow. That is just your opinion. But let's see what happens there. We need Ugarte. I think he's the sort of player we've missed for a while. He's aggressive. Ugarte is not just your stereotypical DM. He's a good dribbler, can find good passes also, and I think he can only become better under Mauricio Pochettino. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. Chimera says Havertz hasn't played in the 10 since he joined. He's played on the wing and false 9 for all I can remember. He's a great player. He's a great playmaker. We are losing the gen. Here's the thing, something that if you've been paying attention, when you see that, you'd recognize that is actually better off deployed in a deeper role, where you see him sometimes when he drops the deep, gets the ball, you'd see him how calm he's on the ball, and also often makes good decisions, if that makes sense. But we'll talk about that in a bit, and I'm glad I have Roger on the panel. So once he gets to talk to her, to talk about Kai Havertz, we get Roger to speak about him and his opinion on that. Enzo is faster than Ugarte. I think you haven't watched Ugarte very well, and even though I can't say which of them is faster than the other, I still think Ugarte is not as slow as maybe you're putting it to be. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are getting Harry Kane, Declan Rice, Mason Mount, Diogo Costa. Are you saying Diego Costa? Goalkeeper Diogo Costa, not Diego Costa. But good luck getting Harry Kane. Okay, pass swap deal with Liverpool goalkeeper. Which of the Liverpool goalkeepers? I think if any swap deal is going to happen, Peter, it will be with Inter Milan, if that makes sense. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes to go a long way. Rashitan, good luck with those. I'm not going to talk about that with those Brexit ballers. Yes, people, 77 likes, 23 more to get it to 100 today. We are on fire. If you're paying attention, we are seriously on fire. This one here, I'm going to start with this topic here. I know IBZ, where is he again? But I know this still will not be enough to convince IBZ until he joins Chelsea, until we get an official announcement. But even the Leipzig president did say something again. I think it was after that cup final that they won, and he was brilliant on the day actually, saying, "Yeah, that's it. He's gone." Just something to that effect. A medical test done in September. Deal signed in December. Nkunku set to be unveiled as Chelsea player very soon. And that same reporting in December 17, 2022. He just quoting again, referencing his report in December 17, 2022, where he said Christopher Nkunku deal signed and sealed. Here we go. Now confirmed, all documents and contracts are also signed. It is 100% closed. French striker can be considered a new Chelsea player starting from July 2023. It's a signed, sealed with RB Leipzig and player side. So I don't think he can actually say he doesn't want to come anymore, except if there's a clause that said if we don't have Champions League football, he's not going to come. But I think he's Chelsea bound. Bobby, you have anything you want to say with that, or should I just bring in? You go ahead. If you're there, Bobby, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, speak up, guys.
Big up to you. I hope you're getting better. I know you heard me when I asked that question. You still sound like it's still affecting your voice, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah, and pick up, Roger.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Yeah, okay. I was just saying, this summer more than ever before, I'm really observant. I'm really observant because I, from the 14th of June, hopefully announcements that haven't been announced, like Nkunku, will be announced. The whole Ugarte, Caicedo, I mean, Chelsea really have to get those guys. There's no mixing words. The whole Kovacic to Man City, okay. There's a lot that is happening, and that the club really needs to ensure. Now the ball is in the court of people like Stuart, Winston Lee, and Vival. These negotiations and the setting up of everything, people should understand this has nothing to do with Bowley this time. He has given these guys their job to do. They are doing their job, and we have to let what they're doing happen. It's not even a time. People talk about Mount going, all that. I'm not even emotional about these things right now. We need to see how this is going to pan out so that on the 1st of July, Pochettino knows what his squad is that he's going to work with on pre-season. So interesting times ahead. And for me personally, I'm just watching. However, if I can just quickly drop, I know Chelsea fan base have a lot of people that hate Kai Havertz, especially from outside the country. But I think I don't hate him, just like you've said often, Coach, this guy needs to be managed properly and hasn't been. I think Real Madrid, if they give us a lot of money, well, we will take it. But for him and for his career, it is a very, very, very bad move. He will regret it. He's not ready for Madrid. He needs to evolve. He needs to establish himself at Chelsea. But if he chooses to go there, fine. But he should take a leaf out of Eden Hazard. Even remember that number 9, I've forgotten his name now. That went there. Oh gosh, what's his name?
From us?
No, from another club.
Oh, the young kid.
Yeah.
He scored against us in a Europa League.
Yeah. I think, he had He went there. Real Madrid is a graveyard for a lot of careers. This is what people don't understand. Go to Real Madrid, go to Real Madrid, as if it's the answer. All you're going there to do is build their squad. They have those people who get regular game time. They have them already. It's very hard to be one of those people. It's not impossible, but it's very hard. Thibaut Courtois is just about the only Chelsea product that has been able to be that mainstay, and that's because he's a goalkeeper. So Havertz, if they bring us a lot of money, you better be praying that Chelsea don't get a lot of money, because Chelsea will take it and you will suffer. It's that simple. He's not going to do anything, and their fans will not have patience with him at all, like Chelsea fans. So it'll be a stupid move. But let's see. I mean, if Pochettino wants him, it's good. If Pochettino doesn't care, that's good for me. I'm trying to back my manager, our manager, and watch and see how he can rebuild from all the problems they've suffered.
Yeah, the rumors are mixed. Some are saying that Real Madrid they've already made contact with the camp of Kai Havertz, and I'm seeing a conflicting report on, I think, was it on ESPN, saying Pochettino has blocked the move. He doesn't want to let him go. But let's see what happens. I'll come to Roger in a beat. Rashi, good luck. When we still have, again, we have the items lined up, but Bobby, probably because he saw me reading some stuff we have from people in the chat, he decided to talk about it. But Roger, you get your turn to talk about Kai Havertz too. Rashi 10, good luck with those Brexit ballers. Okay, I've read that, and I don't think it's necessary to go to the accent. Love your channel, man. Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate that. You love the community. Thank you for becoming part of the community. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We need just 14 more likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. AR trainer, where would you we play Enzo if we get Ugarte and Caicedo? Like I said, to accommodate the three, you'd have to go with a 3-man midfield, for instance, in a 4-3-3 structure. There are other structures you could deploy, and you could also deploy any of them in a more advanced role. It depends on the manager. But let's see. We can have them both. But do I think we'd have the three of them? I still don't think so. But if the club does that, I'd take it. We'll be set for a while. But let's see what happens. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Sterling needs to play better next season. I'd like to see him play with that sort of, you could say, show the sort of performance he showed towards the last few games before the season ended. He turned it up a notch, and if he can start the coming season with such performance, I think maybe we'd see a different style. And with Nkunku and the striker, hopefully Osimhen, Chelsea could be deadly next season. Do I think it will be Osimhen? I doubt that. Maybe Vlahovic, but we don't know either. Enzo will play as an 8. Okay, we'll see. I still think it will be more effective from us playing from a deeper area. But let's see. If he plays an 8 as an 8, I'd take it. But let's see what the manager does. Havertz doesn't trust the process and the structure and wants out. Panelists, your reaction? I think that's absolute nonsense. I did see that myself. Maybe it's time to bring in Roger so that he talks about it. Since we're talking about Hazard now, we may well just knock the topic off and go to something else. I think it's absolute nonsense. I did see that report myself, and I don't believe it for 1 second. Like I've said before, it's just the media and Twitter journalists and the reporters out there exploiting our vulnerability, because we're very vulnerable right now. And if any player is linked with a move to some other club, if they just simply link it to the player saying he doesn't think Chelsea will win trophy in the next 3 years, and it will make sense to some Chelsea players, especially those who doesn't believe in the process also, if that makes sense. To me, it's absolute nonsense. I don't think it says such. Again, actually, let me just hand over to Roger. Roger, your thoughts are with this comment we have on the screen. And big up to you. You said "Hola, señor" in the chat, and why didn't I do that talking? But go ahead.
Bobby, it's so good to hear you, Albin. I hope you're getting better. I really do. Good to hear you back. Listen, I'm glad you're sitting down, Coach, because I got a shock for
Mm.
you. I kind of agree 100% with anything Bobby said, as usual. Shocking, I know, but
Mhm.
I'll be honest with you. We will regret it if we let him go. You have to understand he's less than 24, if I'm not mistaken.
Just
And
23.
yeah, he's 23 in 10 months, I believe, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a couple of years away from him reaching his prime, his peak, which lasts for about 3-4 years. He's still learning his craft. And listen, he's heavily criticized. You could classify him as a Marmite player. People either love him or hate him, and I don't get it. I value him. I think, Real Madrid, as Bobby said, is kind of a graveyard for a lot of players. They don't always succeed. Unfortunately, Eden Hazard has parted ways mutually, which means we won't be, profiting off anything Real Madrid does for the next year, which is a shame. Selfishly, I'm saying
That was an expensive purchase for them.
Unbelievably. I think I can't remember how much it is, but it's like over 120 million that it's cost them. I think it's a lot more than that now.
And actually, just quickly, I'm working on the piece article that I'm going to release on the community's website. Why I think he failed at Real Madrid. I don't think it's down to him. Some people are saying it's because he's a lazy player, but I don't think that's it. I think the Real Madrid he joined wasn't conducive for him in the sense that
I think
he thrives. He thrives at clubs where should I say he has the main guy syndrome. You have to show him you trust him. Let Hazard be Hazard, but that wasn't going to happen at Real Madrid. But go ahead with what you were saying with Kai. Sorry, so we don't.
No, it's okay. What was that?
Yeah,
4 goals and 7 goals and 10 assists in 4 years.
And also we have to weigh that to against injuries. How many games he played.
Yeah, he played very little the first 2 years, like literally nothing. It's a handful of games, but I think Kai, forget about what he's done for us in the Champions League, even though that's immense. Just look when he doesn't play for us, or when he did not play for Chelsea this year, when he was not on the pitch. No one was holding up the ball. No one was pressing like he does. Yes, he's missed a few opportunities, shall we say, but you can say that about virtually every player, including Haaland. Everyone misses. You cannot, for all intents and purposes, you cannot just have a glimpse of a player for one touch or one shot and then judge him. You have to judge him or her on their whole, shall we say, how many minutes, let's say 90 minutes of what they do, how productive they are in what they do. There's so many nuances to the game that are not, shall we say, statistically orientated, where you can't really say that statistics aren't a factor. There's many things that, like making a run to bring off a defensive player that opens something up for someone else. Just things like this, intelligent runs, etc. It's just, I believe that, listen, I would not call him a bust. I think he's a very good player. I really do. Is he elite? No, he's not. But look at his age. I think I think we will regret it. That's all I have to say about Havertz. I'm a
Here's
big
the thing, Rosa. Let's establish something quickly. Madrid are interested, and the rumors are that we're open to talking. If we get a sizable fee, if they offer a sizable fee, and he wants to leave. So let's not, again, I don't think we should be jumping to we regret it, because if he wants to leave, we'll be inclined to let him go. We don't know it's all rumors at this point. And rumors are, first of all, even before that Madrid links emerged, rumors that were out there was that Pochettino wants to keep him. And a lot of people didn't like it, a lot of people that hate him. And now they're saying Madrid really wants him, whether, again, it's not as a replacement of a Karim Benzema, Big Benz if you prefer. But the truth remains, I saw another report saying that Pochettino has actually blocked his move to Real Madrid, and I don't think that's. I don't believe all those things. It's only, again, we just have to discuss it and try to make sense of it. But let's see what happens. I don't think it has gotten to an extent where we can say it's done.
Coach, can I
go ahead.
there's to a certain point, if many players say, I don't want to be here, you know, first of all, they haven't been exposed to the new coach and coaching staff. It's like, if we say then, okay, you go, then we may not have a big enough squad. Does that make sense? So, listen, I think the squad does need to be reduced between 8 and 12 people, net-wise. I'm talking about net after incoming players. But no, I think we have to put a limit on outgoing players. And you're right, we can't just have youngsters in every single line of the pitch. It's that simple. You need leadership in midfield, in attacking, in defense. You just do. Otherwise, each team will have a bunch of 21-year-olds that can run their socks off. You know?
Yeah, and then which means we're not learning. Which means we haven't taken the time to look at why Arsenal didn't end up winning the league after leading
they had no depth
for 1,000 years.
Well, they really lacked depth, and it was obvious.
Yeah, they lacked depth and experience more especially.
And that's another thing that Bobby and I have been saying for months now. You know, when you say let this person go, let that person go, but then we still need a bench that is just as good as, or very close to, or sometimes even better than the starting players. Because if you look at the elite teams, the top teams like a Bayern, like a City, etc., guess what? Their bench is better than most other teams. It's that simple. And if you want, meaning and the average person, a Chelsea fan, if you want us to succeed, then we need depth, and that's so vitally important.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat, and we'll switch topics. We have Nkunku is a baller. I think so. Maybe I need a scientist to help me decipher. Look at him. Look at how he plays, and then dissect and analyze, and help me learn whether he's a baller or not. But big up to you, Kim. So I hope you're doing well. Nkunku must save us. I don't think Nkunku alone will save us.
Can I just come in there, Coach?
Go ahead, Bobby.
You're absolutely right. No player alone is going to, quote unquote, save us. I don't think Chelsea needs saving. Chelsea is in a process of a total overhaul. The fan base that has their inferiority complex, which is ridiculous for a club like ours, needs to be patient. We need to really watch and see. Now, Nkunku, I've watched him in a couple of games now. He's not a player that will be ripping up trees for 90 minutes. No. What Nkunku does is that every now and then, during the process of play, he does something magical. He's that magic player that we're missing. He can finish, he can, he has a lot of trickery, and he can make space in the box as well as find space in the box. I don't know what he's like with his head, to be honest, but he is going to be very, very valuable to us. But expecting him alone to solve all our problems, no. The problems will be solved by a collective squad of highly talented players and a coach that knows how to use them. If we have that, watch out the Premiership, watch out Europe, because we will be formidable. Those players there are not jokers. They're not a waste of space. They need to be utilized properly. And just as Roger has said, saying get rid of, that is stupidity. We do get rid of, but we keep the very, very best and bring this squad to where it can be. Believe me, Chelsea has a lot of potential, but just needs to be harnessed. And that's what I'll be looking out for over the summer, to see if we're getting to that point where we can harness this squad. Right.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bobby. Let me try and catch up with what we have in the chat, and we'll continue with the conversation. Quite a lot to catch up, but at one point I'll just scroll to the very bottom. Big up. Now we are sure Nkunku is in. Ugarte don't be too sure until it's done. I get it. Some Was it Record Portugal reported that it was done and dusted. Fabrizio Romano did come up with a report saying it's not done yet, but we're really pushing. And yeah, but let's see what happens then. Waiting for Caicedo, Dusan, Romano, Latvia, Praus, ETC club to watch. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure again whether we have the luxury to sign all these players mentioning right now. Quite a lot to get, and I'll be skipping quite a lot. If I've already read some of your comments in the chat, I will skip it, and that's why I've been advising you, please, if you don't just put your contributions beat by beat, bulk them up, and then put it in there as a paragraph. It helps quite a lot. That way, I will not just be reading your comments alone repeatedly. I think that can be problematic. And this Ugarte saga is starting to get annoying. Like I said, when you said he's joining PSG, I said, if we're only offering a quarter of what is rumored that PSG is offering him, then he'd be one of the most stupid players I've ever seen if he's coming to Chelsea. But I think people aren't paying attention. They just take the numbers they see out there and run with it, which doesn't make sense in most cases. Kim, so nice to see you. Let's see what we have here. I hate it when my screen starts acting like I think it's clear that it's a software. Mount is coming to England, biggest club. Okay, enjoy him. And let me see. Oh my goodness, I don't like it when this starts happening. And Neum, I think I'm just going to read some of what you have in there and not able. Collington says the panelists made a great point about Kai Havertz moving to Real Madrid. Yep, the short again. The grass ain't always greener on the other side, but we haven't heard that Kai himself has asked to leave, so we should be careful, cautious with regards to how we point fingers or blaming Kai for anything. At this point, the rumors are just that you can say just overall the Real Madrid are big admirers of Kai Havertz. But thank you for saying that. Rudiger adapted well. Havertz adapted well. Havertz wants to leave. Why stop him? And how do you know Havertz wants to leave? If we're being honest, Eugene, big up to you. Sorry, I cannot be highlighting everything for some reason. I think maybe once the chat picks up like that, then I'm not able to highlight everything. It becomes slower before it switches from one to the other. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Morning, coach, a panel person in the chat. Up to Chelsea, coach. Do you find weird that all these want to leave than rather resign? I don't think I don't think it's worth discussing because the rumors are. I get it. The case of Kovacic, he's always wanted to leave. We knew before time. Hakim Ziyech wanted to leave. All about we understand why he wants to leave. Mount, they just did not come to an agreement. I don't find it weird, really. That's usually the case when you have players running out of contract. They know they have all the cards. The club doesn't have too much to bargain with when that becomes the case. If that makes sense. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And let's see what we have here. Enzo, Deepa, Nkunku up front. Like I've said, Enzo will be more effective for us if he starts in a deeper position. But a lot of people, because he's a good passer of the ball and has good vision, think we would be better of deploying him in a more advanced position. I think that would take up the position of a creative midfielder or someone who's played there predominantly all their life, like a central attacking midfielder, which that isn't what Enzo is, if that makes sense. We are seeing the real phases of these players. I think you have every right to argue that, but for me, I don't think it's up to them, really. I don't believe Ugarte will be a starter every game, every week. Wow. He would be on the bench often. Jacob August, that's your opinion. And like I said, if I've read any of your comments, I'm going to skip quite a few to try to get to the very bottom because we have quite a lot there to catch up with. And I don't want to, not read the comment of some people and just stuck with only a few. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes will go a long way. And I'm seeing my bro, Tabejo CFC. Much love to you, brother. Always nice to see you whenever you have the time to join the stream. Please, if you can, keep dropping the likes on the stream. And Tabejo, if you can share the link to your channel so people can go check it out, please do so. Let's see what else we have. I'm not going to be reading your conversation here. I have 2 months in the chat to catch up with. and I'm going to try to go to catch up with it. Let's see what we have here. Nkunku had 2 good moments, one deflected goal and 1 assist. Until those moments, I could not understand why a CFC buy him when we have Havertz with same character. Here's the thing: I respectfully disagree with you. Nkunku is a different player. Havertz is a different player. They're not the same. It's as simple as that. They operate differently. Maybe you haven't watched Nkunku well enough, but always nice to see you, and thank you for finding the time to join the show here. There's so much to catch up with. I don't think I'll be able to catch up with everything. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. 98 likes already. 2 more to get it to 100. Half of our target today. We're shooting for 200 likes, and I believe, yeah, you believe too, we can make it happen. So keep dropping the likes on the stream. Not having all this waffling. If you give excuses for Havertz, give it to every player. This is why we're 12th. If you don't say that, I was going to ask you for your ID. You're entitled to your opinion, and others are entitled to their opinion too. But much love to you. We move on from that. I'm not going to read anything if you're not talking about Chelsea. Let me see. And Prince Moab, I think I haven't gotten any of your comments today. And my bro, Tabeho, I should have just skipped past your comment. I know you will understand. If you want to fight me, you can come at me. But big up to you, Tabeho. Much love to you too. Thank you so much for finding the time to join us today. I appreciate that. And big up to you too. Oh my gosh, they're slow again. The highlight screen isn't helping. Big up, coach. Coachella operation. Bring back Hazard. We will have that conversation in a bit. Let's see. Hazard will probably end up in Saudi Arabia or MLS. I think we haven't seen the last of the Belgian magician. Believe me, I think we'll see more of him in the future. If the reports are true, why should Poch block Havertz? That's what I'm saying. It's everywhere. There's nothing. You don't believe anything if he wants out. The Ziyech is still being attacked as we speak. I've seen lists of Ziyech's attacks. I have seen lists of people attacking him. People don't have his time. A lot of people believe he will most definitely leave the club. So why waste energy on him? Let's see what else Agnes says. Ziyech stays to Poch Bali will sack you. I'm not sure what to make of that. Unfortunately, I cannot highlight every comment. I'm having issues doing that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. We have 103 likes. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. Let's make that happen. What else do we have here that I should read? Let me see. Like I said, I'm going to scroll quite a few. And Chelsea Taladai says, let's see what he has to say here. Nkunku is a better finisher. Again, there is some stuff he does better than him. Maybe Kai, for a start, is better aerially on his day. And Eugene agrees with Bobby today, and that's something that's very rare. Okay, let me see what else we have here. It's having a conversation with Eugene. Okay, go ahead, enjoy with him. Let's see what else we have. Nkunku is a combination of Henry and Mbappe. The guy is a good finisher and a good positioning player in the box. He has pace too. He's quicker than Kai Havertz, so I'm not sure where the comparison of Nkunku and Kai Havertz comes from. He knows the length and breadth of the box things. Yeah, unfortunately, some people think he's the same as Kai Havertz. I think otherwise. So people, sorry if I haven't read any of your comments. And I want to say welcome to some people I haven't said hello to. Millicent, Aquara, Millicent, how are you? I hope you're doing well. And Sharif, I think I've read your previous comments in the chat there. He says Nkunku is also a set-piece specialist and a consistent goal poacher. He won the Bundesliga top scorer, even after missing out how many months? Up to 4 months or 3 months. Let's say at least 3 months, because I'm not quite sure the number of months he missed out, and still was able to win the Bundesliga top scorer of the year. Correct me if I'm wrong. And a consistent goal scorer. He's a team player, as very calm and mature on positioning. So that also highlights my argument. I'm not sure where that argument or that comparison of him and what's his name, Kai Havertz comes from. To me, I disagree with that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go along with 106 likes. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. Let's make it happen. Let's see. Millicent also, nothing too much to read. We want to see him. You want to see him. You're not too sure who I want. Chelsea all the way. That's just a conversation. And here's the link here. The link to my bro's YouTube channel. Please go check it out and make sure to subscribe to Virgo. He shared the link to his channel. Unfortunately, my screen is giving me a serious headache here. Be sure to subscribe. Let him know I sent you. He's starting to stream again of late. He hasn't done that for a while. But please go check it out and be sure to subscribe because, yeah, the likes also does go a long way. Let me see. I'm finding it difficult to highlight what we have in the chart here. We will still have experience installing Silva, Rhys James, Chile, Kante, if he stays, and Nkunku. Okay, maybe that's enough. That will be enough. Those are players, you can say, except for Silva, the others is also reaching their peak. Coach, did you see the final yesterday? What do you think? I think it was a good game, and I think Nkunku did well overall. I get it. Some people are saying, like JC arguing in the chat that he was just missing and the deflected goal and all that. I think he'd be excellent for us, but I don't think Nkunku alone will solve all our problems. I still think we will need, a DM for sure. We know that, but I still think we need a central attacking midfielder. But maybe that's a role he plays for us, and maybe fires and also a cylinder in that particular position. But let's see. But that's by the way, we'll move on from that. But rumors are he's going to play in the 10th position for us. But he's a versatile player. He's capable of playing on either flanks. He can play also in the forward position. But let's see what what's his name? What Mauricio Pochettino does with him. Big up to you. And my bro is in the chart. Carlito, always nice to see you, Carlito. How are you doing, brother? Carlito is the co-owner of Worldwide Charles YouTube channel, and if you haven't, please be sure to go check out Worldwide Charles YouTube channel and be sure to subscribe. And we're working on a fight on their platform, not really a fight, a debate, a conversation maybe, but I think it's going to be fire. And there at Worldwide Charles, I think it will happen soon. Date, I don't know. I'll talk, have that conversation with my bro Carlito. Mama, there goes that man. Big up to you, my bro. Much love to you. Always nice to see you. Let's see. Jerry Z is in the chat. And by the way, people, if you haven't, Jerry Z joined the Chelsea Perspective team as a writer and research specialist. I think there's one more role unforgotten. And unfortunately, like I said, I'm not going to be able to get everything in the chat. There's quite a lot there. I'm just going to scroll to the very bottom and we can continue from there. Switch topic and continue from there. Let's see what Jerry Z has to say. Keep dropping the likes in the chat, people. 107 likes. Let's get it to 200, 150 and shoot for 200, which is our target for the day. It's that time of the yay slipping in a fashionable fashionable late, just like a mischievous thief on the cover of the night. Big up to you, brother. Much love to you. Always nice to see you. I can't wait to see your first piece, first article on ChelseaPerspective.com. I know it will be delicious. Kai should learn from Gareth Bale and Eden Hazard. Gareth Bale did well, way better than Kai Havertz at Real Madrid, if that makes sense. So I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. I'm not sure there's anything new and anything serious to get there. Quite a lot. So we move on to the next topic, and that's the only topic I'm going to discuss now. Much love to you all in the chat. Let me see what else? Did I see anything that I should read here? I don't think nothing else. I'm just going to go to the very bottom.
You there, Coach?
Yeah, I'm there. Just I'm looking. The screen is frozen. I'm not able to highlight the next comment. But anyway, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. And we can switch to the next topic. Let's see. Am I missing anything? Do I see anything important to read there? Anything important? Well, with regards, I'm sorry, apologies because I cannot highlight that. Jesse is saying what is in Nkunku's best position. I'm guessing that's the question. Then Nkunku's best position, he himself says is a 10, but I've seen him play in multiple positions, mostly on the flanks. All the time I've watched him. but I think he's a good player. And still come back to my argument, I don't think it makes sense really to compare him to Eden Hazard. That wasn't Kai Havertz, not the same, not even close. All right, people, keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes are going up. We're going to switch it to the next topic. Let's see what's talked about in Nkunku. And what else do we have next here? Just give me a second. My screen isn't helping matters. It's been problematic for some reason. I think it's the software because the camera is working. If it's a system itself, then the camera should be frozen too. But that's by the way, we'll move on from that. But the man of the moment, the most talked about, you could say, Chelsea player with regards to the possibility of him moving to Chelsea Football Club is Manuel Ugarte. It's been everywhere. Yesterday, early in the day, what's it called? What's the name of that? Record Portugal broke the news. And again, I wouldn't say broke the news, or reported that Ugarte to Chelsea is done, that he will become a Chelsea player. It's done and dusted. And then we heard from Mauricio Pochettino a few hours later stating that Manuel Ugarte to Chelsea isn't done. That there's still stuff to iron out. Chelsea are working hard to get it done. But I think it was all, again, Fabrizio Romano's reports were all positive news. It's looking like Chelsea will end up he will end up becoming a Chelsea player, because rumors are that PSG, I think they're not pushing as hard as we're pushing, and we've offered them a better deal. And there's also another Portugal outlet reporting that Sporting CP, they are telling PSG to match our offer and do even better for Ugarte to join PSG. So I'm not going to hold my breath believing that it was done. That was why when I did a YouTube short reporting the story, I also mentioned Record Portugal's report, and also mentioned the Fabrizio Romano reports that it's not done. So it's common sense. Had the deal been done as Record Portugal reported yesterday, then by now we should be waiting for, again, the talks out there will be all that is left for Chelsea to announce the player, if that makes sense, because he can actually do the medicals in Portugal, if that makes sense. Most of the main Portugal outlets are reporting Manuel Ugarte will be a Chelsea player, and it's now close. Record Portugal, one of them. Bolat, one of them. And correct, sorry, apologies if I'm butchering the names I'm looking at there. And Bruno, and I don't know how to pronounce that. It's only a matter of time. So you can say signs are that we're making progress. Like Fabrizio Romano's report is that we're making progress. The talks are advancing. They were really pushing to get it done. We don't want to risk anything. Thank you, Coach, for the warm welcome. I am diligently working on perfecting the finer details, aiming for delectable outcome. I hope so, and I trust you. I know, again, you're very articulate whenever you make your points, so I know it will come out well. So I'm waiting to see that. Let's see if we have any other report here with regards to the Ugarte talks. Chelsea considered the Manuel Ugarte transfer advanced. Sorry, the screen just went blank, but I can come to you, Roger. Your thoughts on the reports. I'm not sure if you were paying attention, if you read the report from Record Portugal and also the conflicting report. Fabrizio Romano, which reported that it's not done yet. They were still pushing to get it done. Your thoughts? Do you have anything to say to that?
Are you referring to Ugarte or Nkunku?
Yeah, Manuel Ugarte. It's pronounced Ugarte. Let me teach you that one today. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Until, as I said, I'm fed up with reports, because that's exactly what they are. It's not factual. Until the club announces it, or the FA, however you want to term it, the Premier League announces something, and a legitimate authority. It's all about the credibility of the source. Until I hear from them, I don't pay any attention. I really don't. It's simple as that. People that they just put too much emphasis on it. It's all noise. That's all it is. So it's clickbait stuff. So until I see and hear otherwise that it's official, I pay zero attention. It's that simple.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. We've always advised people to behave like that. I've fallen for that myself on occasions, and I've learned from it.
I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned if someone says, "Oh, it's done," and then someone negates that. Just forget it. Just assume it's not done until it's done. If ever, it's that simple. That's the rule of thumb you should go by. It's journalism 101. You need two independent sources. Or in this case, because it's sports, unless the actual football association or the club itself states that there is no deal or the deal is done, whatever the circumstance, then that's it. Move forward. You're just wasting energy, breath, whatever.
Yeah, if anything, just see them as rumors or speculations, if you prefer. Always again, yeah, until the club, you get an official announcement from the club. Just don't believe it's done. And in the case of just quickly, I want to open this too. But I think we've talked about. We know this says Manchester City have opened the concrete talks. I think we've heard that before. But I'm just looking Fabrizio Romano's conflicting reports. Let's see. Paris Saint-Germain are set to complete the signing of Marco Asensio. Here we go. Wow. Okay, I didn't see that coming, but we're here to talk Chelsea. The Karim Benzema news. I'm looking for that. His report on Fabrizio Romano's reports with regards to Manuel Ugarte to Chelsea. Let's see. One more detail on Manuel Ugarte deal. David Datro Fofana will not be part of the deal, despite reports. No chance, not even for a loan move to Sporting. So that's something like Datro Fofana is going to stay. That's some good news there because I know there's a talent in that man. Okay, let's see where we are with that. And that's 6 hours ago. So that's not even yesterday. That's even Fabrizio Romano reporting further with the Manuel Ugarte news. Let me be sure I'm following up with this. Okay, there you go. I have it open there. So it's not done. It's not done and dusted. If anything, Chelsea are just pushing hard to make sure they get one over PSG, and they've always beaten us to signing the players we've always battled for against them. Chelsea consider the Manuel Ugarte transfer advanced, but it's not done yet. More talks are expected to happen today. That was yesterday. I think this isn't today. Expected to happen today involving Jorge Mendes. PSG are still around, so PSG hasn't given up. So we have to be careful until contracts are signed. The next few hours are key. I guess when Record Portugal put out that report, lots of these outlets, Twitter journalists and all that, they believed them, and because they're Portuguese outlets, they trusted them strong, enough to just circulate the report. And this says Chelsea are closing in. This is today. Chelsea are closing in on the signing of Manuel Ugarte. The Blues and PSG have offered to trigger the 60 million clause. Chelsea is adding solidarity payments and various bonuses, which makes their proposition more attractive than PSG. Roger, I don't have to pretend I know what a solidarity payment is. What is that, please, if you can help us?
Sorry, what did you say? A solidarity payment?
Yeah, solidarity payment. I hope this is the first time I'm hearing that term.
Yeah, I'm not
sure what it means, and I'm not going to pretend I know. If you know, can you help us?
Never heard of that term before, ever.
Okay, I haven't either, but we just have to move on to it. But to me, overall, it just means we're offering something better overall that's better than what PSG is offering, even though they've offered to trigger the 60 million clause also. But ours seem to be the better deal of the two. Keep drumming the likes on the stream, people. The likes will go along. Well, let's see what else we have here. Just quickly, and I'm going to say this quickly. This is not me pointing directly at anybody, but I'm going to skip it. I'm going to be skipping comments that are not aligned with the current comments that we have lined up here. As much as I like interacting with you, it can be energy draining to just be switching topics back and forth. If that makes sense, please. Here's an advice of a Manchester United fan. You're missing a player which would do wonders. We can give him a discount to slap along with Mount. It will be best at coming back. Lukaku is the name. Maybe they should give him a shot again. but I don't think they're taking. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Sorry, my this screen is being problematic, and I don't know why. Maybe whenever there's lots of comments in the chat, it doesn't really help. If we can sign Ugarte and Caicedo, that would be great business. Rumors are that we want them both, and I think that Chelsea all the way has been he's been clamoring that again, saying that we want them both. But I've been seeing reports that made me believe we don't want them both. And again, me thinking we have a financial issue, believing we don't have the luxury to sign them both. But let's see. Ugarte isn't that expensive. 60 isn't bad. I think that's how I see it. If we can sign them both, it would be excellent. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes, again, the likes will go a long way. And he says, Jorginho, oh my goodness, I can't even highlight the new screen. He says that Jorginho was doing well at Napoli. I can't see it really. Yeah, Jorginho was doing it since his Napoli days. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Like to go a long way. And what does Chelsea all the way have to say here? 115 likes. We're shooting for 200 likes. We can make it happen, people. It's been an excellent show so far. Kuchila, change your relegation screen to title winning screen, and all will be good. Much love to you, Chelsea, all the way. Have I done that? Do you like the title winning screen? Is that enough to be called title winning screen? I'd like to know. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes will go a long way. Let's see what we have here. Oh my goodness, this isn't helping. I highlighted it'll take 5 years before he switches to the next comment here. Goals change perception so much. Watching yesterday's game cup final, it looks like Moani was having a better game, but then Nkunku's goals and everything changes. Well, it's simple logic, really, but I appreciate you saying that. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes will go a long way. There's a reason why Madrid want Havertz. He will ball under elite coach. Francis Winters, thank you for that contribution there. I think it's time to switch the topics there, people. Unfortunately, I cannot get everything you have in the chat. Let me see if there's any member there in the chat with something I have to get, and I'll do that. Sorry, I can't get everything. Oh, quite a lot. But I'm going to go at least. Yeah, it's important. I have my bro DJ in the house. Let me see what else we have here. Scroll down. This says, sorry, it's not helping matters really. I will highlight a different comment and it still will not reflect on my reading screen. Havertz no to Real Madrid. Madrid met. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. And happy Sunday, bro. So far, what do you think about the club's potential going in and incoming and incoming players? I think all good so far. But again, I'll just wait to see the players leave to say, okay, these are the players who have left or the players coming. These are the players we'll sign because there's no telling really what will happen. But some players, certainly we know Aubameyang will leave, Ziyech will leave, and all the players. So, yeah, but that's just that for me. You can't be too sure who leaves and who stays because none of us have had that conversation with the hierarchy. And then leave the meeting with a good idea with regards to what players will stay and what players will leave. MasonMount is the glue that holds it together. Generational talent. Maybe so you're just preaching that to Rashi so that let them pay up and take him. Big up to you too, my bro DJ. So always nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show, brother. Big up Kachila, Bobby, Roger, and everyone in the comments. Smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. The likes still go a long way. I appreciate you, DJ, so much. I hope you're doing well. And more importantly, thank you for finding the time to join the show. What else do we have here? Let's see. Good morning, Coach. Good morning to you. I like the football message. My bro, if Lukaku comes back to Chelsea, we will send him over to you at Vegas. Havertz will be available on a free. It's a pity how his career had gone. Some people are saying we actually were failing him, and I will agree to that. I subscribe to that argument to a considerable measure, really. But I'm not going to get into that right now. But I hope you're doing well. A lot of people, always nice to see you. James Madison to replace Mount. Let's go, Chelsea. Martin says that. He wouldn't be a bad addition to our squad, but we're looking at him. I really do not know. Do we have space with him? I think we do. But the question is, are we looking at him? Much ad money is an issue due to FFP. Okay, if Kova, RLC, and Mount leave, we need at least 2 midfielders. Caicedo and Ugarte are perfect. Okay, maybe you're correct. Maybe that works. Let's see what else we have here. Madrid wants both Kane and Kai. It sounds like it. Hopefully they get them both. But let's see what else we have. If I get the last few comments in the chat, we'll switch topics immediately. Apologies. And Roger, remember, you can always come in if you see anything you want to address. I would have loved Havertz to stay, but if he wants to leave, and there's no way telling whether he wants to leave. The rumors are that Real Madrid, to me, that's just how I see it. They admire the player, they like the talents, and they would sign him if they can. So he hasn't said he wants to leave. Those are just rumors. We need as much exit as possible, and if he wants to leave and the club decides to sell him, fine. If he stays, fine, even better for me, because I know there's a good player in him. Tottenham have not come to Andy Postecoglou, but Andy himself, I wrote a statement saying he'll have a conversation with his club or something to that effect. They seem to have exhausted our ex-managers and are now working on the probable managers, possibly. So maybe let's see what happens here. What else? I really want to go to the next topic here. Nagelsmann to PSG. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Sorry, I can't see everything there. I have to wait for before it shows. But before that shows, I'm going to read what Ladipopo Mesole is saying there. I watched how Kai was playing at Bayern Leverkusen, and it felt like a Chelsea but a clone version. And it's not all down to him. Multitude of reasons as to why he hasn't reached that level that we saw him that he showed at Bayern Leverkusen. But that's, again, the least of my concerns right now. I think he's still come good for us. Nagelsmann to PSG, okay, you typing in French. So good luck getting me to read that one. Let's see what else we have. And the Undertaker CFC, always nice to see you. Ugarte is having a medical at Chelsea this week. Some outlets are reporting that he's going to have his medical at Chelsea this week. But let's see if that happens. Some Mbappe is coming to Madrid, not Havertz. So there's a chance that what we've been hearing, Havertz to Real Madrid, is actually absolute nonsense. But let's see if that happens. We'll have to switch topic right now. Let me see what else we have before we even do that. I think the following item is with regards to Ugarte 2. What does that say? More contacts are expected today for Manuel Ugarte deal involving also Jorge Mendes. A Chelsea considered deal now at advanced stage of a 60 million fee, but not done or sealed yet. Being still careful with PSG around until documents are signed. Key hours ahead. So pay attention to that. And that was why I was glad he released that report yesterday. People were asking for him because people didn't believe the outlet saying that is the Record Portugal report that the deal is done in Dorset. People were asking him, please give us an update, and he did come out with an update saying it's not done yet. If that makes sense. And unfortunately, I'm struggling with the screen. I think I may well go to the extent of changing the software I use. It's not helping. It's too slow in the switching between comments in the chat. Contender FC, Brianna, how you, my bro? Much love to you and always nice to see you. Thanks for joining the show, people. Remember to drop the likes. Let's hit 150. Yes, it's getting close. We're at 119. Let's get it to 150 and shoot for 200. We can make it happen. Thank you so much for all the love, people. And thank you for saying that, Brianni, Yahayu, a.k.a. 343 Dylama, Vivel FC, and Contender FC. Chief Udo, did I miss any of your comment? What should Chief Udo say here? Chief Udo says, again, we should not let Kai Havertz go. He's our best player. Numbers say the same. Numbers, one of our best players. Numbers say the same. But he has not been playing on his positions. If he's not good, why are Real Madrid looking at him? Good question there. But the question is, are they really looking at him? But I'm not into that argument. Now, I knew that would lead to argument of Havertz's best position, and I'm not going to exhaust myself by trying to get involved in that argument right there. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 121 likes. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. Let's make it happen. We can actually make it happen. Thank you so much for all the support. Let's see what else we have lined up here. Just give me 1 second. Oh my God, it's a bit slow. Okay, I think we're about to switch it to the next topic, but yeah, the system is saying it has other plans lined up for me. Let's make that happen. All right, what else do we have here? This is again, yeah, this is a difficult one, not an easy one to deal with here. The time then the energy to speak, you can always come in. This one here, Roger, told Chelsea are pushing to include a buyback option in any sell of Mason. I think they're preparing for the worst. If he's reluctant to put pen to paper for a new contract, the only option would be to sell him. Because I've always told people this: hit Cucurella all you like, critique him all you want, blame him for all the defensive issues we've had since Thomas Tuchel left. I think he's not leaving. If anything, if you want to see it from the perspective of the fact he just signed with us and his wage would be an issue to move him on. And I don't think he's a bad player, but the truth remains selling him would be an issue. And Ian Martin coming back to the club will not happen except if we were able to sell. That's just my opinion. If we're able to sell either Chilwell or Marco Correa before Martin comes back to Chelsea. But Roger, your thoughts? And it wouldn't be a bad idea to sell him and add a buyback option or again clause. I think that would make sense. If he refuses to put pen to paper for a new contract, but he's running out of contract really, and he has all the cards. It's one of those situations. But Roger, what do you make of that situation?
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, no. I think it should be a default. The contract. It should always be a buyback clause. I really do. If the chap is young, obviously, you know, if he's 35 plus, obviously not. But I agree with you. I can't. Madsen holds all the cards, as they say. He does.
Yep, he does.
You know, player power, right? I honestly, I don't see Cucurella leaving either. I agree with you. And don't forget, also Hall is part of the equation also, you know, potentially with an asterisk. You know, he can play in that position. He really can. Yes, he's traditionally a midfielder, but that doesn't mean he's not capable of playing that position. So if I was in Mutsen's shoes or his camp, I would have serious concerns and considerations about signing a Chelsea deal because of the depth that they have in left back or left wing back, however that position, that hybrid position. So what are you going to do? It's at the very least, I think we should do that. You know, just like you said earlier, with the exception of Silva and the tea lady, that's it. No one's had a good season. No, she made good cup of tea every week, coach.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want her to leave.
No, but seriously, who had a good season? Yeah, Kepa did for the most part. But who really did? Who excelled? Who stood out? No one in particular, with very few exceptions. I mean, minuscule exceptions. So it's a write-off. That's last season, sadly, is a write-off. And the bar is low. We need to raise it. We need to be top 4. It's that simple. And that's where the bar should be raised at the very minimum if we wish to be an elite organization once more. And this is not being hyperbolic at all. It's just for 2 decades, this is where Chelsea has been, predominantly an elite team. So that has won, on average, a trophy a year. I mean, the international, meaning FIFA or UEFA or domestic. I mean, and that excludes the charity shield. I don't include that as trophy. I mean, that's just paper mache. So, I mean, listen, getting back to Madsen, I like him. I've seen very little of him, but what I have seen of him, he's looked very good. And this is what hurts. It's we're going to be, in all likelihood, getting rid of a lot of our common players that have come up through the ranks.
Usually down to the fact that they're all running down their contract, and if we're gone, they get to live on a free. Yeah,
we haven't had, as Bobby will attest, we haven't had that luxury of extending it, previously because of, I think, the previous ban on us. It handicapped us, it handcuffed us. I'm not saying that for every single position, but you also have to put some blame on Maria Granovskaya, because if you build a spreadsheet, all joking aside, you build a spreadsheet and you have it, or software, and you have a list of players with a contract length, there shouldn't be this amount of people that have 1 or 2 years and less. It seems astronomically large, and we're seeing a result of that. And part of it is not her fault because of the sanctions, but I think you have to appoint some blame for quite a few of these contracts where they were allowed to run down to the bare minimum, and important players also. So we need to learn from that, and it's very important that we learn from this and move forward. Strategically, we shouldn't be letting any player, especially with potential, fall below a certain watermark, shall we say, in terms of length of contract, because this gives so much power to a player, and that concerns me because we're seeing the result of that as such.
Yeah, unfortunately, in certain cases, I think this players, I think it's become a trend. It didn't start now. It started about three years ago. It was of late, for multitude of reasons. But that's by the way, I get your argument. Let's see what happens, really. It's very likely Kante goes to Saudi Arabia, most likely, because Al Nassr were interested in him, I think, in last summer. But we didn't let him go. I think that was what happened. Kai Havertz as a backup player to Nkunku would work, but not as a starter. I'm not sure I have time to do.
Coach, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Roger.
Sorry to interject. Can I ask you a question? And Bobby, if he says, has Bobby left? I just want to know what he's gone. Okay, what do you think of Kante's percentage chances of staying?
That's to say 50-50. And I think you've asked me this question before. Why do I say 50-50? The rumors are that his contract negotiations has been put on standby.
Yeah, exactly. Based on
which sounds to me as if the club are looking at certain players, and if they end up being successful in signing those players, they are going to let Kante go. I'm not too sure. I think maybe the reason CFC,
doesn't it?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Roger. Sorry.
No. I think that's what it's looking at. Yeah, I agree with you. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on it. That's all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think so. And people, thank you so much for dropping the likes on the stream. Let's get it to 150, as Brianni Rahayu said. We're shooting for 200 likes today. We can make it happen, and it looks like it's not going to take long. And we get to 12,000 subscribers, and very soon we'll start evening shows too. We're at 11,225, which means not too much to get to. If at this pace, I think in a few days we can get to 12,000 subscribers. I think maybe the reason CFC are going soft on Madsen is not Kukurea, but emergence of Lewis Hall.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
You can say that's a solid argument because, but it's not, again, I'm not going to like to see him play predominantly, play in a defensive role. I think he'd do more if let's say if we play with the back three and he gets deployed in the wing back position, I think he'd do a good job. Who's better, Madsen or Hall? If Madsen, then Hall should go out on loan. I can't say who's better than the two. I wouldn't say I wouldn't even compare them because one is traditionally a midfielder, the other one is traditionally a defender, a wing back, or you can say a full back if you prefer. I wouldn't compare them both, if that makes sense.
No, it's hard to, but you know what though? Hall looks bloody good for a player that's playing out of position.
Yeah.
Really does. He was one of the bright spots for our season.
He was, especially. I think he's played better for us whenever he's deployed in the wing back position rather than the left back position.
And I use that term loosely, bright spot, right? Because there wasn't too many. Sorry.
Yeah. Wagwan, Mr. 12 said a United fan. Let's see. Wagwan, Mr. Cup final loser. So I hope you're enjoying it.
Ouch, coach.
Yeah, no, he thinks he's smart.
Yeah.
Let's see, who's better, Matson or Hall? I don't know yet. I can't make that comparison. And I don't think it makes sense. One is a midfielder traditionally, one is a defender traditionally. So it's a comparison that won't yield anything good. Chilwell is insane. Why should we sell him? Okay, you slug it out. And if you're responding to somebody's comment, please mention their name so that when I see that comment, I will just move on from it and read what we have next, because we have quite a lot in the chat. What we have here, I said these for a long time. People think it's great we are losing Kai. Mason, Kova, and Felix are in the same summer. We're not playing Champions League football. We are shopping in Asda. Not Havertz anymore. Not Havertz anymore.
That's funny.
I'm sure he's mentioned in retail outlets, but it's mentioned a poor one. And again, we're shopping in the poor one, actually, in the bad one right now, not in the best, right? I'm sure the way he mentioned that.
Yeah. Exactly.
But keep dropping the likes on the stream. And Mr. United Red, we have a sister channel called Soccer Perspective. You might well go and subscribe there. We cover every club, and if you're a panelist, good for you. Kepa is rubbish. Sell him as soon as possible. Waste of money. That's your argument. And I tell you this, and I'm arguing that strongly. Had it not been Kepa, you could argue probably would be in worst place in the table, if that makes sense. Worst position in the table. That's how I see it. If we sell Chilwell, who do we replace him with? If we sell either of the two, I don't know who the club will end up selling. If they end up selling any of them, I think bringing back Madsen would do, if that makes sense. Just swap who? Just a swap Mason Mount for Maguire. Yeah, thank you. Give it a shot and see if Chelsea fans will take that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Unfortunately, I find it difficult to highlight everything on the screen here because it's not helping. It's slow. It's not responding instantaneously. It takes time sometimes, more like you could say a slideshow crossfade, and sometimes I mix up what I'm reading. No, we don't want Maguire. If they give us money, I think we can take him from him, put him on a 3-year contract and sell him the moment the season starts, the window opens. We need to hold on to certain players at least until next season, strengthen in between, but get rid of the deadwood. I don't count Mason Mount and Kai as deadwood. Unfortunately, Mount we're hearing that Mount wants to leave, and there's nothing we can do than to let him go. Otherwise, he lives on the free. Correa will shine next season. I hope it does. Whoever stays, I hope that person shines. I keep dropping the likes on the stream. People were 29 likes. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. At this pace, do I think we can make it? Maybe, but it's up to you. Did Roger say Kepa had a good season? For me, I think the same too. So if you're gonna come out, Roger, a lot of people, I love you, bro, but come out, two of us. With those licking gloves, hell no. If you said he got good numbers of games, yes, but having a good season, no. Man should not live by stats alone. And you have to put it that way, right? Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 90 people watching. We should be doing better than 130 likes. I am not judging any player at the moment. The Chilwell has been so bad as Correa. We will see next season. And this is not a season where it makes sense to isolate any players for performance. And I'm going to keep preaching that. I'm not judging any player that still hasn't switched, and it got me to start reading. So my bro DJ Sarv says, so signing big name players is not going to happen. And I am talking about experienced players that this squad needs. Yep, we need to balance it out. Having just a bunch of young players will not go a long way. We'll end up seeing ourselves doing well, but not really doing, again, not being able to achieve what we believe we're capable of achieving. Kepa has had a decent season out of a bad bunch. That's another way to put it. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Kepa, good season. I knew you'd ask that. Well, see, almost relegation. You can argue if it wasn't for his brilliance between the sticks, would be worse off. That's how I like to argue that. If we are being realistic, Matson will get sold. It's looking more like it, but a lot of people just say, bring him back, bring him back. Hall English hype, nothing says Eugene. Okay, if that's what you think, it's your opinion. Defensively, Hall is atrocious. We should always be realistic. Like I said, I don't want him playing in a defensive role. Wing back role may be where his primary role will be to help overload the midfield and also, again, be more active in the attacking area than the defensive area. But it's primarily expected. You could say second, but he will be expected to always you can track back and help defensively. The Prince is here. Big up everyone. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 130 likes. Let's get it to 150. We need 70 more to get it to our target of the day, which is 200 likes. We can make that happen. Cooley, let's see. Cooley Nathan, what do you have to say here? Let's read it. Johnny has been going crazy. I do not mean to laugh. He's my friend, but he follows MasonMount religiously and loves him. I think he overdoes this. If I get the chance to start telling him that too, as he's a friend of mine, at least that's what I believe. Maybe he doesn't like me anymore, doesn't come here anymore because I'm not joining the fight, and with his own way. Johnny has been going crazy about Mount and Kai leaving every day since. Man has been ranting on live. I'm subscribed to his channel, so I do see that myself, but I don't get into that conversation. Okay, responding to Eugene, keep dropping the likes on the stream. And I should have seen that and skip to the next one. After this awful season, standards in the fan base still hasn't changed. This is really worrying. That's what I expect you to say that. What else do we have in the chat? Selling Matson. Matson may well be sold, but I'm not too sure. Let's see what else we have here. The Prince says we may regret selling Matson. I wish this guy needs another loan. Here's the thing. If the new manager comes in and feels like Kukurea is good enough and Benchirol is good enough, we just can't keep every player. If that's the case, if that turns out to be the case, then we'd have no option than to sell Ian Matson. And the most we could do would be to add a buyback option or first a refusal clause. I'm not sure again how those things work, but to have a clause on his contract, which means before he's sold, we'll be contacted, and if we want to take him, then we'll let them know. It's as simple as that. We cannot keep them all. And chances are, Pochettino may have looked at the squad and say, yeah, I want Kukurea and I want Benchirol. But we'll see. We may regret selling Martin. I think I've read that, but it took me, they read it before I highlighted it because I'm having issues with the highlight screen. Jacob Hoggins, I'm going to read your comment even though I'm not able to highlight. Okay, I'll come to it. Lukaku wants out. Yep, that's something. He hasn't, he's been very open with that. He's reiterated that time and time again. We want him out. Havertz wants out. I don't think Havertz wants out. Not yet. He hasn't said anything. Real Madrid, rumors are that Real Madrid wants him. They value him. They are big admirers of the German, silky German. And all I hear is waffling excuses. He must leave. Hypocrisy at its finest. That's what you think. And thank you for having to go at the panelists. But that's okay. I haven't heard anything that says he wants out. I think it's all nonsense. If he wants out, then fine. I'm all for it. Just let him go. Don't keep any player who doesn't want to stay at the club. Matson better than Hall, in my opinion. Does it even make sense to compare them? One is a midfielder, one is a defender. It's just, I wouldn't go to the extent of comparing those two players, if that makes sense. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. The saves he made against Villa were ridiculous. He deserves praise. Some of the games that he played, he kept us in so many so many times, done better than last season. I just gotta give him credit. Hall at left back is poor. Even for the under 21s, he's a whole lot better playing his natural CM role. He's a fine get it. He's a fine passer of the ball, and Hall is one player, even amongst the senior players, one of the only players who doesn't opt to pass the ball backwards or go sideways. Even when you have 3 players on him coming at him, he still finds a way to progress the ball and not opt for a safer option. He's that good, but we shouldn't be comparing him with a defender. Hopefully he gets a chance to play in the midfield area, but you could deploy him in the wing-back area where, again, like I've mentioned a billion times, his primary responsibility will be to help overload the midfield, and also sometimes can be more active in the attacking area than the defensive area. And Briani says Hall forsake his midfield role. He knows that there's no future in a CFC as a midfielder. Look at how many we're going for. Ugarte Caicedo, then what Santos and Caicedo. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Maybe we don't value him that much, but I think he deserves a chance in the midfield area as the CM because he's a fine player, good vision, and those qualities that I've discussed, how he never opts for a safer option, always, again, tries to progress the ball no matter how many players you have on him. So that is well said. I think he's accepting to play in that position because he wants to stay at the club and, plays in whatever position where space is found for him. But I hope we'll keep him. I don't even want him to leave out on loan. I want him to stay and keep developing with the team. He's that good, and I value him that much. You can say after Koulibaly, he's my favorite player at Chelsea. Fair point. We shouldn't compare, but it looks like Hall has no future. I see him at Chelsea. Yeah, same thing, reinforcing the point that Briani just made there. I think, unfortunately for him, we have too many midfielders. But the manager could come in and say, you know what, I get it. We have Santos, we have other players, midfielders. I think I need Hall. I need to try him in the central area. Yes, that is another option for Martin if we can sell him and include a buyback clause. If we're going to sell him, we most likely would do that on his contract. That would be good for both parties. I think. I think that's a sensible thing to do. Yeah, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We're at 132 likes. We're shooting for 200. I'd rather McAllister than Caicedo. McAllister, he said it to Liverpool, and I think that they will get to him as soon as possible. We'll have to switch to another topic here. Roger, you have anything you want to address here? Remember, I said you can always come in. Don't wait for me.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, I agree with. Well, that's fine. Please continue, sir.
Okay, let's see what else. Anything else to address before we switch a topic here? And Jesse says, does Hall have hints of Danny Rose in him? I think he's more technically gifted than Danny Rose. One could see that in the last game of the season. Was that the audition for Poch? Possibly, but I think I get the points you're driving at, but I think he'd become a better player than Danny Rose. He's a better passer of the ball, has more vision. That's my own opinion, but I get the connection you're making there. It would not be good to lose Kai and Felix. If Kai is leaving, we might consider keeping Felix. Felix is gone already. A lot of people Mesola, isn't he? Do you think there's a possibility he still comes back? I don't see that happen. You want more number 8 than actually getting a number of 6 or CDMs. That makes no sense. I think that's a solid argument there from Vic. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Let me see what's confirmed here, what DJ shared on Twitter. What is this? Confirmed. Oh, okay. Al Hilal stepped up their pursuit of Leo Messi. I think probably his head is turned to the millions he's going to make in Saudi Arabia. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do make a lot, do go a long way for the China. 132 likes. We're shooting for 200. Let's make it happen. We need to sign another right wing, especially if Pulisic and Ziyech leaves. Very correct. Do we need really? Nkunku can also play on the flanks, but it depends. Let's see what the club does. You people acting like Martin is only left back. Just wait what future will bring in the next years. And maybe he's capable of playing in other positions, but he's played predominantly all the time in the full back and wing back role. 75 million and 150K a week, and credit for what for that awful keeper. 72 million. I think you're obsessed with Kepa. 72 million Kepa should be world class at best. Here's the thing: selling Kepa isn't easy, and you know why. His salary doesn't make it easy to sell him, even if the club wants to sell him. Danny Rose is underrated. You could argue that he was a fine player, but I don't like how he's still playing. Actually, is he still playing?
You talking about the former Tottenham player?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, played under Poch too. He was a fine player for them. Yeah,
completely different players though. Completely different build.
Yeah, they are. That's what I'm saying. But I get the you can say the connection he was trying to make, but I don't think to me I wouldn't say that's accurate in my opinion. Yeah, go ahead, Roger. Were you still speaking? Sorry.
No. I want to ask: is it Chelsea the way? What or whomever doesn't like Kepa? Can I ask you if you think he's rubbish? Can you elaborate as to why? I'm interested in your observations. That's all.
There you go. You have a question from Roger.
Be more specific. Don't just say a person's rubbish or a person's great. Whatever, just state why. Reinforce it with, not with a narrative, but just with your honest observations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, happy Sunday to you too, Choma. How are you doing? I know you're back home. You're no longer in Texas. That long while. So yeah, you're not suffering from that heat again. If Lewis Hall punches a MasonMount, then I could presume that transformation to Danny Rose is complete. If he does that, yeah. He looks like a camp kid. He doesn't look like a kid that's into that sort of behavior. But one thing something else I've noticed, and I've been able to notice that since he started playing. He played in the left back role. His ability to guard the ball. I don't see that from Ben Chilwell. I haven't been able to see that from Marco Correa as much as I like them both. But you'd have two players on the back of Lewis Hall, he still be able to guard the ball effectively and sometimes be able to turn with it and not lose the ball. Lewis Hall, he's such a fine player, really.
That's basically what midfielders do for the most part. This is part of their MO, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, more so than defenders, I think that's what am I looking for? I wouldn't say benchmark, but that's it's hard to term it, but this is definitely.
But even not every player that plays in those positions you're talking about has that, but he has that.
Yeah, no, definitely does. But I think that's very indicative of a midfielder, to do that, to shield the ball, So you're right.
Yeah. Choma is asking what happened to shield the ball was the more understandable language for most people. But thank you for that, Roger. Thank you for reminding me the term I was looking for. What happened to our afternoon shows, Coach? It will come back. Again, at one point I became overwhelmed with lots of stuff going on, so I had to balance it out. And let me talk. I like your name. If you use that many emojis, the machine that's policing the chat will see it as spam and probably first of all will delete your message, and if it repeats, it will time you out. And Choma, let me explain again. We need the evening shows, most especially now that the transfer market, the silly season has begun already. I think you could say that. And plus, lots of members-only shows will start again soon. Not lots of for the chat nuts, at least once in a week. But there'll be another. I will introduce another members-only. But I want to be sure I have one you could say we signed co-hosts to make it easier because it's been overwhelming. I have all the stuff. Especially my program that I should have finished by now, but YouTube happened and I've not been able to finish that. So I want to finish it as soon as possible. What happened? I've explained that. And Brianna Yahayu there in the chat saying CFC can learn from Man United and Real Madrid, pay the player to leave. It makes sense sometimes. Yeah, sometimes maybe that's what we end up doing with Romelu Lukaku because I'm tired of being bent over by Lukaku and Inter Milan.
Subtle, coach, very subtle.
But you get my point, really. I don't think it's okay. They've been playing with us.
Yeah.
And be rest assured, Roger, once they play the Champions League final, they will start talking nonsense about Lukaku again in public. And like I've argued, they changed their tone because they made it to the Champions League final. And it turns out off the bench on occasions he's been effective for them. And they have to want him to still be committed. And that's why they're talking positive about him right now. Something like they want to keep him. But months ago, there was something like, we don't want him. He's crap.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm really...
Didn't the front office actually even say that he's going back at the end of the season? I could have sworn I remember that. So, you know what?
They called him fat publicly actually months ago.
Yeah, and he was overweight. And now look at him. He looks very trim. He looks in great shape. He's energetic. He's the antithesis of what he was at Christmas time or at the World Cup, where he had a horrible World Cup also. So, yeah, he's... Whatever he did, he's addressed that because he's from what I saw with him a couple of weeks ago, he looked very much a different player from the World Cup. We have to address this. Not we. I'm talking about the club. The club needs to address Lukaku, and the thing that gets me is, I think Pochettino's not even going to be at the offices until July 1st because of contractual obligations with PSG. So I hope he's able to do stuff off the record. I'm sure he has with his team, but I know players are on holiday also, that they're at beaches and so forth, but still to not have him till July 1st, that doesn't bode well. But I hope that there's some, shall we say, plan in place to have him or not to have him, because we need to find out exactly. Listen, he's £100+ million mistake, and that needs to be addressed. And if he is to be used with us, how is he going to be used? But I'm just scared he's a bad apple in the room, in that locker room. That's all. I prefer for him not to return. I just am.
Hopefully he doesn't. Danny Rose is a free agent, says Kim. So I didn't know that. Kepa is definitely a Premier League quality goalkeeper, top 4. Maybe not, but he can play for all the top 10 teams. And how about the argument if you have a good defense and a midfielder that protects the defense? Maybe.
Hey, there's a thought, coach. There's a bloody thought.
Even talk about all that. But let me talk.
Can I just say that with both our goalkeepers, Mendy and Kepa, when they're on form, we can win trophies with either one of them, and we've done so actually. I think the last 2 years or 2.5 years, we've won 3 major trophies and got to several cup finals also. So it's that. Listen, people need to get off the bandwagon about saying that these keepers are bad. They're not. It's a position I study with immense observation, and I think they're definitely good enough to win. They really are. So listen, and we talk about surplus to requirements like keeping João Felix, etc. Well, I know Mendy is probably going to go because he wants to start. I respect that, but either one of these keepers are good enough to play. And when I say good enough, I don't say like, oh, we're just lowering the bar. No, they're outstanding keepers. They really are.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is as if Manchester United need a Mount. They pay the money we need at this point. I don't think they pay the money we need. He has just a few months left on his contract, and can just have discuss with Man United and just run down his contract and leave as a free agent and join them. They should pay 70 million, no deduction, and we must play hard game. And we don't have the luxury to do that. They know we're desperate to sell him. If he gets the summer, wouldn't he be a free agent in the summer? I think he will be, right?
Yeah.
After summer or so.
So he's 12 months on his contract. I think next Christmas he
becomes a free agent, and that's a risk. By January. He'd be free to speak to other clubs.
Yeah, he'd be eligible to discuss contractual talks with other clubs, but he's got 1 year left on the contract. So,
and it's a risk. It's a huge risk.
Yeah, of course.
Why don't you just remove Nightbot? Here's the thing. If I remove Nightbot, every stream you'd have hundreds of bots, other machines selling adult links in the chat like this. Like you have them come like let's say 20 at a time, and the next 10 seconds it comes in. So with Nightbot in place, they don't because it senses in advance, and then it stops it from showing. And I think it's up to me to take my time to program Nightbot to allow multiple emojis, but not as many. Sometimes it can be irritating to have as many as Let Me Talk has there. And we also, again, I don't like people using all caps, except if you're a moderator. So I set up Nightbot to, again, but I have to, you can say, I'll look at it. I'll make adjustments because you can program it to do certain things every time. Let's keep dropping the likes on the stream. Likes to go a long way. We're at 136. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. Let's see. Question for the panel: would you take Mauro Icardi 1 year a solution? If the club wants him, I think he's a fine striker. The Argentine international, former Inter Milan, former. Is he still at PSG? Let me not say former PSG. Is he still at PSG? I don't remember. But I think he's a fine striker. Good in the air. You could say he could be Oliver Giroud for a while because he's good in the air too. He's an excellent header of the ball and good again whether on the carpet or in the air. He's good. I like him. Mauro Icardi, I wouldn't mind him as again a temporary solution. 60 million for Mount, something at most. I think that's what we're gonna get from him for him. Otherwise, we're risking losing him as a free agent. If we don't accept their offer, 60 million top, Mount will leave on a free transfer, and he will end up not being happy with the club even more. The relationship will get worse. It would take some turnaround for him to decide, let me just stay at Chelsea. It would take some turnaround in decision. Roger, the outside is simple. Without elaborating too much, why was Mendy signed in the first place? Here's the thing. If you're going to go with that logic, why was Mendy dropped? And you can say, I get Mendy wasn't dropped because when we expected Thomas Tuchel to drop him, he didn't when he was averaging a single mistake per game. This is not me saying Mendy is a goalkeeper. He was at one point he showed bad form to lapses in concentration and all of that and poor distribution and all of that. And I think, I'll tell you the truth. I think we don't give him enough credit with regards to how good he's on the ball. And he has well equipped actually to be doing better than Kepa Arrizabalaga. But Kepa came in, has been doing a good job. And you can say Potter saw that and actually preferred to keep him between the stick. Mendy, although Mendy was out for a while at one point, but even when he recovered, he didn't get a chance. Even when he was fit, he didn't get a chance. What's his name?
Happened,
Lampard came back and gave it a shot and decided, you know what, I'm going back to Kepa. Here's the thing. I get it. If you're going by that logic, I'm not saying Kepa is perfect. We signed him when Kepa has he showed bad run of form for length of time, and we went for Mendy, and Mendy was excellent for us for a long time. He won us the Champions League and won the trophies and all that. So why was Mendy signed in the first place? And like I said, if you're going by that argument, I'll get back to you with the other one. Kepa is good at nothing, even playing from the back. That's just your argument. Go ahead, Roger, if you wanted to say something.
Yes,
but I like this sort of discussion. It makes sense.
Yes. So this is what happened. Mendy did have a drop in form. He made a couple of faux pas, especially. I remember he let the ball come away from his feet, and I can't remember who it was against, Villa or someone. It was a horrible mistake. But even prior to that, he was dipping in form. And then he got hurt. I think it was a shoulder injury initially. And then...
broken finger? Was this
I think the finger came later, about a month or so later. If my memory serves me correctly, I could be mistaken. But I believe it wasn't the finger initially. He had a shoulder injury. Or a hip. I can't remember what it was precisely. And then obviously Kepa came in, and Kepa played very well. And you don't drop a keeper who's in good form. It's usually the golden rule. Even though in the States there's an old saying, you don't lose your job because of an injury. Once you're fit, you can return to that position. In the NFL, they say that a lot. But in this instance, the keeper, namely Kepa, was playing outstandingly well for the most part, and didn't justify being dropped. And so you go with the hot hand, as they say. And then Kepa broke his finger, and as they say, the rest is history. It's as simple as that. And why was Mendy purchased? because listen, Kepa he fell out of favor and he wasn't in good form. It's that simple. So, it's cyclical, just like every position for every player. You see the best of the best, regardless of position, drop out of form. It's that simple. And unfortunate for Mendy because of contract negotiations and so forth with the sanctions and so forth. This really cost him. He's actually quite unfortunate in that regard.
We have two good goalkeepers.
Yeah, outstanding
in both
goalkeepers. Yeah, I honestly believe I can't think of another team that has, if you aggregate their marks out of 10. Maybe City has two very good, outstanding two keepers, but for the most part, listen, Kepa or Mendy can start for 15 to 16 other teams probably in the Premier League, I believe. So they're that good.
They are. They're both good. Let me catch up with the chat, people. 10 more to get it 150. I'll come and get. I have two gang members here, just me alone, because I know DJ will never be on my side, but that's okay. Imagine if Lukaku wins the Champions League, the haters, man. Here's the thing. I never argue Lukaku is a bad player, but the truth remains, I think you're right. There are haters. There are those who critique Lukaku objectively, but there are those who just, you can say, when you hear them speak about Lukaku, you sense blatant hatred, not really being, they're not critiquing the player. Yeah, I think he has a chance, but do I think they can? I think Man City will probably end up being too powerful more than them. If they win it, congratulations to him. Let's see what else we have. You cannot part ways with players that still attract interest. Hazard is unsellable. He doesn't. Havertz, you mean? He doesn't want to play or leave. I'm not sure what to make of it. You're talking about Eden Hazard at Real Madrid. That's the least of my concern right now. Eugene is sell Nightbot. Yeah, he doesn't like him. Let's see what else we have here. Some delicious comment in the chat. One from Brianna. How y'all get to that in a bit. Hi to you too, Faiza Hussein. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining the show. Love to you too, Faiza Hussein, and thank you for saying that. Chelsea all the way saying you guys are saying Kepa is still at the club because of his wages. One of the reasons you could argue that. Again, you could argue that's the reason, or you could argue he's still at the club because he's just good. But we wanted to sell him last summer. That's where that argument stems from. But we weren't able to sell him because of his wages. For some reason, I do not know. Yeah, so if you get that, I think I've read that one. I'm going to skip. Who backs up Madrid? We don't use the term backup here. We want every player in our squad to be a capable status. You don't want a situation where if the starting player isn't starting, then whoever starts, once that starting player gets injured, then you expect us to be, again, the quality of the team to reduce the next time we play. We want a situation where, for instance, in the case of Melo, Gusto, and Reece James, even if Reece James isn't playing, if Gusto comes in, you're sure of quality. You're sure he differs from Reece James in some aspect. But again, I haven't had my time to look at it carefully and say this is how they differ, but they're both excellent players. So whoever is on the pitch between the two of them, we still have, again, a quality. Kepa's worst run of games was when he was behind the old Aspi Azuma, who set up playing out from back, setting up a tee while playing a golf. Yeah, I think the defense at the time didn't help him. And Frank Lampard is not known to be a good coach defensively, if that makes sense. Icardi he plays at Galatasaray right now, and that's in Turkey. Thank you for saying that. I think he was good at Inter, PSG. He wasn't even really used, especially under Thomas Tuchel. After that, Lampard was not the best at setting up our teams defensively. I think I agree with you. That didn't help. But I don't think we're here to argue that, and I'm not going to entertain that anymore. I'm going to move on from that debate. Otherwise, it never ends. Except if DJ has something to add to that. Mendy was purchased because Czech and Lampard wanted a more traditional goalkeeper. That may well have been the reason. I think that has never crossed my mind. But even at that, I'm going to say this. I don't think people give give as much as I pick Kepa over the two goalkeepers because of his distribution. He's a better at distributing the ball. I don't think people give Mendy enough credit with regards to how good he is on the ball. That is my argument. But I think that's an excellent contribution there.
You know what, Coach, though? The first two games he ever played for Chelsea, he looked really vulnerable on the ball. And then all of a sudden, he became far more confident. And until his last few games for Chelsea, he was consistently very good on the ball. You're correct. But
people don't give enough credit for that.
I wouldn't say he's poor on the ball. He made one high-profile mistake. Other than his first two games, as I said, he looked very dodgy on the ball. But then he, all of a sudden, he turned it up a notch with his distribution. Not just with his feet, but also passing out with his hands. He improved, but he did have a couple of poor games towards the end of his tenure at starting anyway. So other than that, I think you're right. He was actually much better than average. He's criticized unfairly for his distribution. Listen, they both have their pluses, both of these keepers, and they both have their detractors.
And this argument isn't actually that Kepa is the best we can do. It's just being factual, being objective when we judge people. But go ahead, Roger.
Listen, if our midfield is compact and protects our defensive line, who in turn, believe it or not, protects the keeper, closing down long-range shots. Both these keepers are good enough to... Listen, we were fourth in defense in the whole Premier League prior to the last two games, where we're now seventh. And one of those games, we conceded 4 goals when we were the youngest team ever put out for Chelsea in the Premier League. The first time ever the average age was under 24. So you can't say it was a poor keeper or poor keepers, because you can't be top 4 in defense if you've got a poor keeper. When you consider the amount of instability within the team due to the injuries also. So I beg to differ. I really do.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll come to DJ in a bit. DJ, just a few more seconds. Some news are saying Chelsea going to buy James Maddison. I like him too. At least Chelsea can have someone who can take shots, take on players, also more players that will take on shots.
Like him,
because
Coach.
Not just him. I like him really. His ability to take on players, I like that from him, and he can shoot very well from outside the box. So if he can come cheap, I said let's get him. If that's playing well and being outstanding by Kepa, then we are in serious trouble. Trust me, Kepa isn't good enough. Pay him out. We need to get back to the top as soon as possible.
So isn't good enough. Okay, please give me. I can say that, but okay. So
I think we should just move on from that.
Yeah,
otherwise
but you're not elaborating. You're just saying the guy's crap. That's all you're saying. I can say that about every player. You got to elaborate, either statistically or by bloody observing. Give your observations. That's pathetic, in my opinion. Sorry, but
here's the thing. What I'm going to say is this: I think we can do better than Kepa, but I think it's good enough. That's how I see it. And I'm going to move on. That's my opinion, and you are entitled to your opinions. Chelsea all the way. Supreme Quartz, good day, everyone. Good day to you too. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. JC here says Kepa is not the best keeper in the world. Correct, but he is not a bad goalkeeper. He's not at all. I think he's not been judged fairly by some quarters of the fan base. Thoughts on Nkunku's performance on the Pokal final? I think he did well enough. I think we got ourselves a solid player, but we must not start him up front. I think he's not the sole solution to our problems. I think we still need to make a few more signings. The thing that Maddison is worth to buy cost of goals is clueless. I think there are other aspects of his games that I like, not just his goals. Football doesn't work like that. Who was Gundogan 2 years ago in age? So the same to you arguing that some player will never make it in the future is arguing now who was Gundogan again 2 years ago. But I get the argument. I think there's more to football, and I think he has. Maddison is a good player overall. João Felix hanging out with Mount and Chilwell, the F1 in Spain. They're friends now. So, and people are actually saying, I'm not just going to let's just move on. Let's see what happens. I haven't seen that picture, but yeah, no, I don't trust Kepa. We got to moving on. Not good enough to start in on way too much wages. I think if the club, again, one of the reasons why the club may well end up not keeping him may well be how much he's earning. Or they could end up terminating his contract if they want to keep him. Glenton. Nice to see you, brother. Big up, Sava, Ola, Roger. Big up, a panelist who I cannot see due to the comments. And big up, Chad. Big up to you too, Glenton. I hope you're having a good day. DJ, you can comment whether you want to comment. Do you want to speak about add to the Kepa's debate, or do you want to speak about Kai Havertz? I heard you. You were fighting in the chat there. DJ, up to you if you're available, or maybe you're busy.
Yeah, no, big up, brothers. Big up to you both.
Big up to you too, man.
A long time no speak. I know it's been a while.
You've been busy, bro, but I appreciate you always supporting the channel, being a member too, and everything. Thank you so much.
Do you know what it is, Kitchener? The reason why I've not really come in on streams or jumping on anymore is because I know everyone's entitled to their opinions in the comment section, saying what they want. I just get tired of reading a lot of rubbish about our players, and to be honest with you, you debate them I know it's all about debate in these comment sections, but I see the same old players getting slagged off, and I think to myself, why doesn't everyone look at the whole team for the whole season? The whole team's been useless this whole season. Unless you're Reece James or
any individual players.
No, apart from Reece James and Thiago Silva, yeah. Who else can you pick up from that team that's really done well? We all know as fans, our team has been used. Believe me, I know. I go and watch the team week in, week out when I go to the home matches. I know, yeah, they've not been that great. We all know that as fans. But then when I'm seeing the players getting slagged off as they're getting slagged, I don't think I've known a fan base to slag off their players as we slag our players off.
At least criticize constructively.
It is. That's what I'm trying to say. Exactly, Roger. It's exactly what it is. But it's the same old plays. I mean, people. After we heard that MasonMount was going, and I couldn't believe the amount of celebrations I was seeing on Twitter about MasonMount's finally gone. People that are in the community that are doing their YouTube channels, all celebrating the fact that he's all gone. He's going. He's finally out of here. And then I saw the thing with the thing with Kai Havertz, all celebrating that he's all gone. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, chameleons.
So, exactly, bro. And some of them are unfortunately, Bobby. Hey, big up to you, Bobby. Hope you're feeling better, bro. I hope you're feeling much better than what you've been feeling. Are you okay, Bobby?
I'm getting there.
Yeah, good, Bob. Good. As long as you're getting better. Yeah, and that's just been annoying me, to be honest with you. I do come on these streams. I listen to them a lot. I always go to these Twitter spaces and hearing the criticism of certain players. It's the same old players getting it. Listen, Kai Havertz goes, MasonMount goes. Okay, fair enough. We all know Mason probably is not going to sign a new contract. He's going to go. But on Kai Havertz, people are laughing at the fact that he's going here. People don't realise what a baller he's going to be at Real Madrid if he does go out there and does perform. And he does perform. If he does perform that, and like Bobby said earlier on, if he gets the chance, I don't doubt in my mind he'll ball out at Real Madrid.
Yes, DJ. Can we say for certain he's leaving? No, it's all rumors at this point.
Exactly. It is all rumors. But if it was to happen, like Bobby said earlier on, the grass is not always greener on the other side. We saw it with Eden Hazard when he went there. Hasn't been balling out there, but he went at the age of 27, 28 when he went down there with that bad injury. So things are not well. Kai Havertz doesn't have many injuries on him. And I can actually see him under the right manager, in the right team. I can see this guy balling out, and the fans don't realise what a player he really is. And and if he does end up going and doing what I think he's going to do at Real Madrid, it's going to be one of those situations again. There you go. There's one saying, I don't care if Havertz balls out of La Liga. You will care, Kishwan. You will do. Big up to you. I respect your opinions, bro, in the comments. But you will care, mate, because if he comes back to Chelsea and scores 3 or 4 goals against us, you're going to be like saying, oh, why did we get rid of him? It's the same thing that happened with Salah and De Bruyne. Okay, they were not hardly seen. They hardly got much of the game, but we saw how they all balled out when they were left. So look, listen, as I keep saying, Kutcher, everyone's entitled to their opinions. It's what it is at the end of the day, right? I'm here just to back my players, back my team. And whatever happens next season, it's not going to be as great as everyone thinks, because people really think that by getting rid of Kai Havertz and MasonMount, we're going to get all these ballers in. What people don't seem to realise is Chelsea are not playing in the Champions League. We finished 12th in the league. Yes, we're a big club. Yes, we can attract the players. I'm not saying that. But certain players are going to want to play Champions League football. And if they think Chelsea is not the place to be next season and we're losing all these players, I basically said, keep some of the players that we've got at the moment just for next season. Let them do see how they're going to do under Pochettino. If we end up finishing 3rd or 4th position next season with some of these players that are so-called that some of these players are leaving, your Kai's possibly and your Mason Mounts, but see how they're going to do next season. If they end up doing really, really well next season in the Chelsea shirt, and we end up going 3rd or 4th and winning a couple of trophies, then we're going to be back in the Champions League. Then we can start going and looking at these big name players that are going to be coming in. Ugarte, listen, I watched a lot of the Portuguese league. If we can get this guy, yeah, he's a world class. He's a good player, a good upcoming player, but he's still got a lot to learn. Caicedo, we all know about Caicedo. Yeah, he's a great player. He's got the Premiership experience. If we get him in, brilliant. And the other player I've heard has been mentioned is Victor Osimhen. Now, again, this guy's worth 120 million.
You just butchered his last name.
Sorry, boss. Osimhen. Osimhen. My bad. Osimhen, right? It's just me. It's Osimhen, right? Victor Osimhen, right, brother. Victor Osimhen, okay? If he ends up,
no problem. It happens. I've done worse, actually.
If he ends up, if we get him, brilliant. If we don't get him, right, then what's going to happen? Lukaku comes back to Chelsea next season. It's as simple as that. So listen, everyone's got. I know you're saying you don't see that, Roger, but I'll be honest with you, mate. If we can get another striker in next season, great. But for me, if it
worries me because of his mentality for being a bad apple. That's all. That's if he was a
Oh, you're talking about the dinosaur in the room?
Yeah, the woolly mammoth. Listen, if he was a consummate team player, then I wouldn't have any issues. But because this is such a intensely young team, they're easily, shall we say, they're easily persuaded otherwise, and they can get easily dejected. And that's the last thing you want is someone to ruin the locker room mentality. It's the last thing you need.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, look, as much as there might be 23, Kai Havertz, you look at Kai Havertz, he's probably one of the, I probably would say he's got a lot to learn, but you feel like he's been at the club for a long time now. He's probably one of the experienced players around the football club now. So anyone that's coming into that football club, right? Yeah.
Here's how I want to leave it, DJ. Whoever the manager wants to keep, he keeps. Whoever he wants to leave, up to him. That's again. I'm not gonna spend time defending any particular player and getting into fight with people. Honestly, that's how I feel. But I want to give you my opinion of what I think. Kai, I think is a good player. I think there's a good player in him. I think there's a chance Poch comes in, he does better. And I've always used the Rudiger example, but we don't know if the manager wants him. And rumors are Poch wants to keep him. And to the extent people are saying he's blocked Kai Havertz move to Real Madrid. But that's me. Go ahead, DJ. I'll let you drop. So I'll catch up.
No, brother. It's all, brother. That's it, mate. Everyone, you catch up with the chat, brother. That's all. It's cool, mate.
No, go ahead. I'm still putting up a poll. I want to ask another question.
It's all right. Yeah. So listen, I just hope we have a better season next season, and I just think that some of the players that fans want gone. It's fair enough. They're entitled to their opinions and their views. It's what they feel. It's what they think. I for one think some of the players that have been mentioned to go. I've heard even Chile being mentioned in the comments. You guys were discussing Chile earlier on. I don't understand.
No, so some people were just this is just people throwing names into the conversation. Players they want
to leave.
First of all, before we get too serious with the argument on what players we want to sell, the club wants to be sold, you have to realize that we're just having a conversation. We're just trying to come to a sensible conclusion on what we think will happen. How we could debate from now to tomorrow whether a player is bad or whether the club should keep or sell a player. It doesn't wield any measure of influence with regards to the club keeping or selling a player. But go ahead, DJ, if you were still talking.
No, bro. So all I'll say is that we need to have experienced players with these with these young players, and I think keeping the likes of a Thiago Silva at the football club and others. And Kante looks like he's going to go. But hopefully we'll keep hold of Thiago Silva, and Ben Chilwell is one of the experienced players in the team now, whether people won't accept he is. So he's good to keep him around. It's just that we're going to need a lot of experience next season, and some of them should stay, some should go. I agree, but hopefully the club will make the right decision.
And I'm going to say this again: I don't care who goes, who stays. I'll just drop my 2 cents as for why I think certain players should stay or go. the manager is a person who knows what players he wants to work with. But we'll love to have conversation here, and it's good. It's good. That's why we have a show. Enjoy as long as we're keeping it civil. It's excellent. Question for Roger: if Mendy leaves, or Chelsea looking for another keeper, is the new goalkeeper going to be the number one? It all depends.
Yeah, it all depends. I can't.
Yeah, it all depends on who comes in, and if the new manager feels like that the new goalkeeper is better than the one we have, fine by him. But I don't think we'll sell Mendy and go for any keeper that will come in and just be number 2. I think the aim will be to get somebody they believe that's going to be better than whoever that's left. But we don't know what's going to happen. Reece James was also rubbish this season. That's why we say, you can say he wasn't perfect, but he did his best. You could argue, again, this is not a season where you isolate any, again, individual players' performances, because it just doesn't make sense.
Define rubbish also.
I don't think we should dwell on that. You know what he's going to come back with, and you know who had that statement if you were paying attention. Yeah. People are celebrating because the Mount stands MP for so many reasons. Do I think Mount is the best player at Chelsea? Do I think it's the worst? No, to both questions. If he stays, fine by me. If he leaves, fine by me. I have all the concerns with regards to Mount. I hope he doesn't go to another club and the manager there still sees him as just you could say a road runner and not do what they can to help him so that we can see that Mount, because there's a better player in Mount than what we've seen actually. The list of my concerns is the argument whether he's good or bad. We finished 12th though. Honestly, the heat towards the players is less than I expect, to be honest. But it's sometimes agendas of why some players get slagged more than the others. I think that's just the truth. And we're not being objective when we judge players. We just, pick some certain players we don't like and, mop the floor with them or call them all sorts of names. Even if we need replacing James, I'm sure Gusto will push him out of the first team. That's what I want to see. If Gusto is capable of pushing him out of the first team, then fine. That's what we want, competition, and not a starting player and a backup player. Then the moment a starting player gets injured, then we'll start seeing a less than a good enough performance from the team. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and thank you for 148 likes. The aim is to reach 200. Let's see if it happens today. 148, 2 more to get it. Then we need 50 more. We need a quarter of our aim goal to get there. I don't care if Havertz balls out in La Liga. I want him if he leaves, but I think everything we're hearing now are just absolute nonsense at the moment. If he gets to leave, I get it, even though Fabrizio Romano reports that. The question is, are we willing to sell? Madrid, they are interested. I think that one is true, but are we willing to sell? I don't know. If we sell him, I think he's a good player. I think he does well at Real Madrid. Yeah, I don't care. I'll follow him because I've liked him. I've developed some measure of bond with him. I like him as a player, and I know there's more to his game than what we've seen. And I'm not just I don't just jump to critiquing players by just when I know the issues we've witnessed, the issues we've seen in our team go beyond him. I don't know how else to say it to come across effectively. He couldn't do that in the Premier League. I mean, you have every right to argue that, and that's your opinion. Glenn says it's a Chelsea thing. Couldn't agree more. Let's keep going. What else do I have to get here? And please remember what I've told you. If you want to responding to someone's comment in the chat, mention the person's name so that I will skip it so I don't have to read that particular comment. This says here, it's not the same. KDB didn't play 3 seasons here. Okay. Roger, Kepa reached not good. Ball claiming from corners, kicks, poor stopping long shots, poor this thing. I don't want us to dwell on the Kepa argument. That's not what we're here today. War on again. Maybe we should schedule a show. And maybe you should come on the panel. That will make it more delicious. But you're fine in the chat. But we were gonna be, which all we'll see if we keep, if we continue with the Kepa debate. I think we'll just be going back and forth, and it just doesn't make sense. And I don't see Roger giving up. I don't see you giving up either. So it would drag us on.
When the player, I don't have a propensity to either dislike or really like a player. I just give you what my eyes tell me, and if at all, if the statistics back it up, that's all.
And nothing personal. It's a debate.
Yeah, exactly.
And it makes the show fun. So Chelsea, other way, much love to you. Now we cannot. That's why we're going for Eugene says calls him average Ugarte. I don't think Ugarte is average, really. I don't really think he'd do well at Real Madrid. He won't play in the midfield given how stacked they are. It's good that we can get so much for him, given his past performances, and that he isn't integral. If the new manager feels like he's not important, then let him go. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to be selfish. I'm not. The Chelsea is the club I support, and if it turns out he's deemed a surplus to a requirement, then let him go. It's as simple as that. Glenn has actually gone to the extent of designing a logo with the new name that Constantine Dante gave him. You gotta love that.
That's good.
I love that. Sam is right. It takes more than one season and a revamped midfielder to bring us back to the top. It's as simple as that. Chimera says Mendy and Kepa. There's the door. If the club feels like they want to sell them both, let them do it. I don't care less. Honestly, I could care less what happened. It's not about even goes for Havertz, bro. He plays like he protects himself from injury. Okay. But that's, by the way, you're all entitled to your argument right there. I want to get to the very bottom, but I think the chat is on fire again, and it's not easy to get everything that we have there. It's slowing down, so I'm gonna have to scroll past quite a lot of stuff. Victor Osimhen. Osimhen, was that what DJ said?
Victor Osimhen. Osimhen. I did that. I said Osimhen. I said Osimhen, didn't I? And then I said Osimhen. Yeah, I said that afterwards, brother.
It's Osimhen. Osimhen. You can call him Osimhen. You can pronounce it as Osimhen, but Osimhen. It ends with an M. And usually, in most cases, Nigerian names, the letters are you articulate the names. Some fans are unreasonable. It amazes me. They demand perfection from start to finish, as if players don't make mistakes. Here's the thing. Here's the most fans, and that's the same with every football club fans worldwide. Their understanding of football is on a surface level. And unfortunately, I have to say, even some content creators actually, and that's not me insulting anybody. There are some, again, even those you say, if you think they're not good at explaining the technical aspect of football, sometimes they're good in other aspects that are also valuable. But I'm not going to get into that. I don't want to diss anybody. I get it. It's just the way it is with football. Not everybody understands football beyond the surface level. Why Osimhen? Why not Lacazette? Some things are based on stats. Not based on anything on stats. You're entitled to your opinion, and people are entitled to their own opinion. Everybody must not, say it's Lacazette because you love him. And do I think Lacazette is a good player? I think he's a fine finisher, actually. Victor Ocean, is that Frank Ocean, lesser known cousin that sings the blues? Born intended. I like Frank Ocean, actually. I think he's a good singer. I'm going to try to scroll beyond everything we have here. Simply, if I see anything repeating something we've already talked about, I'm going to scroll very, very down. Why he did compare Havertz to KDB, I don't know. We've seen a lot of comparison today, so I don't want to get into that. He has right to do that, but maybe you weren't paying attention. You weren't paying attention to the context of it, what led to him referencing that name, if that makes sense. But we're not here to debate that. I'm in more serious trouble than to get into that argument now. My highlight screen isn't working properly, and I don't know why. What else do we have lined up here? These same people were saying trust the process and structure. Nonsense. Okay, I'm going to move on, please. I'm going to move on. We have some stuff to talk about here. Maybe I should just scroll. I'm just going to scroll past everything we have in the chat here. As far as the youth project, maybe something different here. As far as the youth project, I would like us to also get experienced players as well as to usher the talent in. But we have to realize that we are under new management and trust our recruitment approach. I think the players we're looking at, I think to me, it's leading me to believe we're not just going to sign players for the sake of it. We're going to sign players that will help us sort out the issues we have in the current squad, if that makes sense. What else do we have here? If Havertz has to go for me to get a good striker, then I'm sorry, you got to go. You don't have to be sorry. If the club decides he has to leave, if they decide his surplus to requirement, it's not about what you think. It's about what the club thinks. But I get your argument. And Kishan, the New York guy, Havertz said hello to you, brother. I'm going to skip past quite a few until I see something that I need to read here. And afternoon to my bro, Christian David. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. Please do let us know you're okay. Always nice to see you here. I hope things are all right on your end. And oh no, Roger Eugene, gonna go at you harder than the last time. I think we know, but let's just move on from that argument, really. Reports that Poch is very much insisting for Lautaro Martinez. Yes, I've heard that too. I think you're very correct. I suggest to add him to the poll. Okay. I think I should really. Again, he's actually more suited to the Poch way than the two strikers we've mentioned there. But let's see what happens. Anything, Chimera, a light 6-year contract for Manuel Ugarte. Are we able to offer a 6-year contract to players still?
You could,
yeah,
a 1,000-year contract, but the amortization is only for 5 years.
Well, apparently Real Madrid have offered Jude Bellingham a 6-year contract if he signs for them. So what Roger's saying is right, but it seems Real Madrid, I think, are going to be getting signing Bellingham on a 6-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
Was my understanding.
Yeah, anyway. We'll be sad to see Kai leave. He has a lot more to offer. Yeah, but I'm not going to be selfish. I want him to do well. So if him doing well means him leaving the club, the same thing I argued about MasonMount and other players, then that's fine by me because he's a player I like and I will forever follow him because I've seen the good in him. What matters is what Pochettino is asking for. Same goes for any player, not only Havertz. It's simple as that. What the manager wants to do, if he wants to keep a certain player, we should do whatever we can to keep that player. I asked my question and will answer. I will look for a number one. I want to get at least a top 4. I take a suggestion. If again, we'll look for. I think if the club are looking for a goalkeeper, they're probably looking at one they believe is better than the 2 goalkeepers we have. Because it wouldn't make sense to bring in a goalkeeper and then ends up that goalkeeper is only good enough to start off again as a second to be a second choice goalkeeper. Yellow card to Roger here from Chimera. We can judge the team. Yep, we can judge the team once the squad is streamed. And once again, we believe in the manager we have. That's how I see it. There's one positive change though. For once, somebody is kicking scouts and paying for their flight tickets instead of making decisions on YouTube, as a lot of fans do. I get that. I heard or learned Havertz isn't a striker. Pretty sure he's going to play as a defender. You never know. What else do we have there? I may have to scroll to the very bottom. What's happening? Okay, somebody said something there and had to be punished by DJ's gone. Punished by a moderator there. I hope Ugarte is righteous. I think he is. I'd be lying if I said I didn't prefer others, but I would give Pochettino the benefit. Personally, I don't think Caicedo should be bought if Ugarte comes due to profile. Caicedo is more of a box-to-box a midfielder. You can say he can fulfill that role of a hybrid of 8 and 6, if that makes sense. I don't care who the player is. If they are not working out for the club, they can go. I think I agree with you. Reason why our standards have dropped. I think I agree with you. If any player isn't working out and the manager comes in and says, I think you should, I don't want that player, let them go. How? Awesome, man. I'm not sure what you're referencing. Glenn says, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's a Victor Osimhen. I think I'm going to redo that. Yeah. Ugarte is a foul. Wow. It needs to be written in his contract that he isn't allowed within 5 feet of Nkunku's knee in training. I think he's aggressive, very, very, very aggressive. And the number of yellow card, the day we compared them, I think was it with Declan Rice? The number of yellow card he's had for this season alone is it's crazy. Did Beautiful change his YouTube name? No, he's not here. He doesn't change his name. He's not here. I think you're talking about Chimera. Chimera also is into the comic thing. It's nothing against Mount and Havertz. They are just sacrificial lambs for a better tomorrow right now. I think there's another way to see it. But I think there are other reasons as to why that's the case. Now I'm seeing why this guy was bad. But that's, by the way, did you know that Ugarte's father have his own butcher shop in Uruguay? That's where he learns his, to tackle like that. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Yep. That's, by the way, let's get it. What else do we have here? Lack of depth will cost us. Arsenal has shown mentality does not always get you results, or team spirit does not always get you results. You need depth, especially experience in depth, which I've argued is the reason why Arsenal did not win the league, if that makes sense. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. If the likes to go longer, and if you haven't, please do subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, just leave the guy, let him waste his energy there. I'm not going to read his messages. I'm sure he's a troll. Probably here to cause problems. I don't have the time. I saw his messages a long while. Don't even delete it. Just let him go. Let him be there, and he provides value to the channel. So that's nothing. So DJ, we're gonna move to the next topic. I'm not sure if you have any other thing lined up to talk. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also keep subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes to go along with. Thank you so much. I'll put up the poll in a bit, but let's look at the next topic we have lined up. Yep, this is what we have, Roger. I don't know how well you know Andre Onana. It looks like we're serious about him, and this is saying exclusive. The site and Santi JFM, I really don't know that. So it's saying Mauricio Pochettino is ready to offer Edouard, Mendy, and some money to Inter Milan in exchange for Andre Onana. Roger, I don't know. Do you know Onana that well to say it's a good move?
I've seen him play a few times. I think they're pretty much equal. He's like, for me, if you're going to bring someone in, you bring someone in like obviously it's never going to happen, but you bring someone in like Real Madrid's Courtois, or Liverpool or City, the two Brazilian. You bring someone in that is elite. That's just my opinion. I think he's probably better in the air at gathering kicks, corner kicks, what have you. But distribute everything else, I'd see them about the same. I'd say they're on par. It's that simple. I don't know if you're going to bring someone in other than depth, it has to be at least as good, if not better. So I'm not sure. I'd say they're on par, as I said. And the same for Mendy. Like if it was for Kepa instead of Mendy, I'd say the same. I think Onana's better with his feet than Mendy, though, having said that, but not as good as Mendy in gathering corners because of his physique, and obviously also he's got a greater wingspan too. So I'm not sure about that, but it's up. Listen, a lot of managers when they come in, they like to. Is there a lot of static on the line?
Sorry?
Yeah, there's a lot of static on the line all of a sudden, Coach.
From my end, they're not plugged in, so I'm not sure why that's coming from my end. I'm
not sure.
I'm not hearing it. Are you still hearing that?
No, it's gone now. But
okay.
To me,
go ahead.
I'm not sure. As I said, other than the distribution better than Mendy, I'd say that they're a wash in that regard. So. No, I mean, then you're paying 150,000 a week for Kepa as a backup. So that doesn't make financial sense. Also, I don't know. And then, but this is what managers do when they first come in. They like to stamp their footprint, impart their mark on the team, and that happens a lot actually with changing keepers. To say I'm the boss, it's like I'm here. So it's possible, Onana's one of the up-and-coming keepers. How old is he? Like 26, 27?
27. Onana is 27.
Yeah, 27. So he's just about entering his prime. So, yeah, let's see.
For me, I think he's a fine goalkeeper. Is he perfect? No. I think left for me, I'd go for the likes of what's his name?
You was talking about
Diogo Costa, the Portuguese goalkeeper. There are other options, but if he's the manager's preference, they have a reason for that, maybe beyond what we can see. And I don't know. Do you guys see any of the under-20 kids getting any minutes next season? It's difficult to say, especially Cesar Caicedo. Bobby explained to us when he had the opportunity the last time. He has a program to follow, learning the language. English language is one of them. And all the things he did mention, I don't think he'd get a chance. Even it's difficult to say if we sign both Ugarte and Moises Caicedo, what's his name? Santos will get a chance. I wouldn't make any sense to keep him at the club if he's not going to be playing enough. If he's going to get enough game time to continue his development, and then it's a problem. So it's difficult to say right now, especially now that the rumors are that we're looking to sign both Ugarte and Caicedo. Nana is good on the ball. There are other aspects to look at. I still have to pay more attention to him. I know he's good on the ball, but I'm not sure how he compares with other goalkeepers that were rumored to be looking at. Inter should be giving us some money to take him. But do I think Inter will agree like a straight swap? That hardly happens these days because chances are they value Onana more than Mendy, and probably it will say, okay, we need Mendy plus cash, then you can take Andre Onana. Why don't we on this channel watch the final? What final? The under-20 final? We can see with our eyes on the Champions League final. I think we should. We have Chelsea players. With Chelsea player Romelu Lukaku playing for one of the team, and then some of us are saying we should go for Alvarez.
With my comments,
Coach. Yeah,
sorry.
Trying to get in.
Just 1 second. I'm coming. Just 1 second. I think we should. I think we should. Hopefully, I'll look at my schedule and see if we're able to do that. Go ahead, Bob. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I've been trying to catch up on two points, but it slipped by. First of all, I want to take us back to this issue of Arsenal having too many young players to win the league. I think that's absolutely false. I remember when it was said by, I always forget, Alan Hansen, that you don't win anything with kids. And Alex Ferguson went and won the league with kids. Yes, the perfect recipe is having youth and experience. But the only reason Arsenal didn't win the league wasn't anything to do with having a young team. They had plenty of depth, Roger, plenty. It's just that Man City were exceptional. Arsenal had very good depth, a team full of functional youngsters that made a functional team. They didn't really drop that many points. And any other season, but for City doing what they were doing, they probably would have won it. So, the only way to win this league, I've been watching football for so long, is do you and do it well. Leicester City, the season they won it, when we were approaching Christmas, when people were saying, "Oh, Leicester can't win the league, Leicester can't win the league," with Ranieri and this and that, I looked at that team and I thought, wow, okay, they're doing them and they're doing it well and they are well integrated, well oiled. That's why they won it. Chelsea can win the league if they apply the same principles, well integrated, well oiled. Is it likely? Well, next season, no, it's not, because the City and everything. But is it impossible? Absolutely not. This is where Pochettino's squad going into the summer is very, very important. And Pochettino himself is very, very important. This is a massive opportunity for him. As I've said before, he could walk into immortality if he uses this chance put before him correctly. And he knows that. The other point I was trying to catch up with is the goalkeeper thing. Yes, I fully understand this issue. Kepa is a very good goalkeeper. He hasn't done anything wrong per se. But should he be Chelsea's number one goalkeeper? No. This is a reality. I remember when Pep came in to Man City and got rid of oh gosh, what was his name? He was England number one.
Joe,
No.
yeah, the England number one. What's his name? I forgot. I can see his face. He's Celtic's goalkeeper right now.
Well, he is now, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
Forgot his name.
Forget his name. Yeah. Now, people were, wow, why are you doing that? Why? But he was right. He wasn't the goalkeeper for them. Kepa has a deficiency that is incurable. That is an aspect of his physicality that lets him down, that prevents him from coming out to claim crosses and inhibits him a lot of the time with long-range crosses. Is that his fault? No.
But Bobby, can I just say though, you saw an FA Cup final with a worldie, with a world-class keeper. He was rooted to the spot, and he was outside the box, way outside the box.
I don't rate De Gea, to be honest. A lot of people do.
I do. I think he's the last 10 to 12 years he's been in the top three about 10 out of the 12 years. He's been their player of the year like 4 or 5 times in the last 12, 13 years. I mean, for a keeper, that's astonishing. I know they've had some down seasons. I get that. So I get they haven't had superstars per se, but I beg to differ with all due respect.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But the goalkeeping arguments, can go on and on. My answer is, why put yourself at any sort of disadvantage? This guy can only get to a certain point, after which he is of no effect. A ball coming in to cross, he's even afraid to go out and collect. Why? Because of his lack of wingspan and because of his strength.
No, I think it's upper body strength more than anything.
Well, whatever is the case, there is a hesitation and a fear.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it hasn't cost us though, Bobby. It hasn't been detrimental.
It's been detrimental at times, and it certainly hasn't helped. So if you are wiping the slate clean, a lot of ruthless decisions are going to take place this summer.
Sure.
Even if there's stuff with MasonMount, whether there's no agreement or whatever, that is a bit of a ruthless situation on both sides. And who knows how many more will follow. I just think that if I'm Poch and I'm coming into this team and I'm going to work on my rebuilt team, the goalkeeper has to go.
Hello?
Sorry,
did we lose him?
I lost you for the last 2-3 seconds, Bobby.
Yeah, so I had a call coming in. I was just saying that if I were Poch and I'm rebuilding this team and I want to take full responsibility for the outcome and the performance of this team, the goalkeeper has to go. It's not about sentiment. It's just that I have to optimize performances. And at the moment, the goalkeeping area is not functioning at optimal performance. Diogo Costa is an option. I would like to watch this guy that we're heavily linked with in the Champions League final, of course. But one thing I have liked about him, there's some things I've sort of raised eyebrows. One thing I have liked is that he has an attitude. And Kepa does have an attitude. That's a good thing about him. But he doesn't have the physicality to follow up that attitude. Does Onana? I'd like to see it a bit more because I think he's a little bit on the small side. But people say he has a wingspan. I've kind of noticed it. He certainly does have distribution. So I'm watching that closely. It's sad if if Kepa needs to go. I love his attitude. I love his endeavor.
And by the way, he won the save of the season.
Yeah, I mean,
Premier League save of the season.
In moments, Kepa will save you. He will save the team. But is he the optimum in that position? No.
But you can say that about every position, though. In every 11 spots on the field, regardless of what formation. You can
Well,
say that about every player.
If I may quote physics, if you're looking at efficiency, there's no machine, even the human body, that's 100%.
Sure.
But you obtain efficiency by the optimum efficiency. And the closer to 100 you go,
Of
the
course.
better the performance of the machine.
But as I just said, you can say I'm not deflecting, but I'm just saying that you can say that for every single person on this team in every single position.
Let me catch up with the chat. DJ has a very serious update for us, and we're going to get to that in a beat. This here says, I hear Chelsea is also looking at Van. Who's that? I'm not sure who you're referencing. I don't know that player. And the next comment says, hi, guys. For me, Onana is very good, but I would prefer a tall goalkeeper and definitely not Kepa. Sorry, I'm not able to highlight that because I'm having an issue with a highlight program. It's not helping. If I try to do it one by one, it becomes very, very problematic. Jacob Hawkins says, Coach, wow, I'm in trouble here. It gets worse. It says, Coach, did you ever address the Reece James post? What post are you talking about? I don't remember what post you're referencing. Can you go ahead? Maybe you will talk about it if we still have time. We've streamed for 3 hours and 28 minutes. I think we should be rounding off today because there's a chance we have an evening show today since the silly season has begun. That coming right there. Gosh, I can't see it. I hear Chelsea is also looking at signing a Valencia goalkeeper, Georgie Mamad really. I think I saw something with regards to that. So, which means it's something like Onana isn't most likely. I think what's his name? Eugene was the one that first mentioned Mamad Riley here. Apparently, Kai to Real Madrid is going to happen as fast at the moment. Let me just get to that update since Glenn has given it away. This is breaking news. Kai Havertz to Real Madrid is imminent and set to be completed very quickly. And that is Build, a German outlet, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
and the Madrid Zone, this is 2 trusted outlets. More importantly, Build wouldn't say this if it's not serious. So which means maybe Kai himself, again, once they reached out to his camp, maybe he's indicated he wants to leave. And if that's the case, just let him go. That's all I can say for now. I'm not going to whether I don't like to. DJ, thank you for sharing that update. Things like this happen in football. After all, we lost Eden Hazard, so I'm not going to kill myself. But I think they know what they're getting. I think there's a talent in him.
How much do you think he goes
He hasn't worked out, I get it. But I think we shouldn't be in a rush to sell. But if it's indicated he wants to leave and they're selling him, fine by me.
How much do you think he goes for, Jonathan?
Nothing.
Roger,
I think we can go up to 60 for him.
No.
Well, according to what I'm reading, yeah, that's what I'm saying. According to what I'm reading on here, it says a mega deal for Havertz to Real is looming. It's a mega deal. So I don't know when they use the terminology mega
just
deal.
take the money. It hasn't really worked for him at Chelsea. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
It's okay, brother. Mega deal. So I don't know whether you look at it in terms of that we're getting more than what he signed him for. Brilliant. That is the case. I don't want him to personally go. I've already made my views and opinions on that, but it looks like it's going to happen.
But you're not going to follow him to Madrid, I'm sure.
Oh no! I'll still watch him because I'll still follow Rudiger to Real Madrid. I still watch Rudiger's games at Real Madrid and Eden Hazard, mate. So yeah, that will never stop in that way. So yeah, listen, if I was Chelsea, and it sounds like a crazy thing to say, right? Yeah, and maybe people will probably come at me on these comments, but only because I've seen vast links last week, I do believe. There's a lot of talk of Valverde being linked with Chelsea. Why the hell are we not even talking about this guy coming in as part of the Kai Havertz deal? Because if it's any way that Valverde can become available, and it's possible that Real Madrid may sell, why are we not doing anything to sort out a deal?
His contract doesn't expire until I think 2028. Yeah. And do you think Madrid will want to sell him? That's the question.
That
is a good question. That is, but then
depends how much they want Havertz. Havertz has 2.5 years left on his deal. Chelsea are
but Valverde contract expires in 2028. So factoring the players into that, if we want Valverde and say, okay, let's talk about let's factor Kai Havertz into it. I don't think it will work. That's just my opinion.
No, listen, I know he's valued more, and Kishan, big up to you. I know you put that in the comment there. Yeah, I know he's valued more than Havertz, but I was just trying to put something there because obviously we're losing a good player in Kai Havertz. It's nice to obviously try and see if we can get one of their players as part of the deal because they've got some good players, I'm sure, in that team that they could lose that we can bring in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was basically pointing out. But yeah, it looks like it's a mega deal, though, guys.
I hope so. If we're gonna sell him, let it be a mega deal because he's a mega talent. I don't care what anybody says. That's how I see it. I don't look. It wouldn't piss me off if he leaves. If he stays, fine. And if we're gonna sell him, well, I think probably Vivel is here. Vivel knows him very well. Probably knows such a talent. We shouldn't sell him for cheap. If we're gonna be for cheap, let him stay. How it happened? The big clubs are coming to shop at Chelsea at the crap Chelsea that we thought not good enough. You can say that shows you a lot. It makes sense. Kai is a good player. Has he really worked at Chelsea? No. Do I think we should sell him? No. But then again, that's my opinion. But if the club gets big money for him, let them sell him. Joe Hart was the names you guys were trying to remember then. Every time I see Pep Guardiola, I remember Joe Hart. I knew the moment Pep took over that he was that was it for Joe Hart because he's not good on the ball. Chris Wobble, greetings Kachila in the house. Always good to be here. Welcome, brother. Enjoy yourself. Just keep it civil. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We're 54 likes. We'll be rounding up soon. What else do we have here? I think I've read that one. Can we get some hearts in the chat again for Bobby? Despite being sick, he's been coming in here to share his thoughts. Get better soon, Bobby. And thank you so much for saying that. We love him so much, and then we operate as a family here. You can see us argue, throw, verbal jabs at each other during the debate. It's normal, and that's why we have a show. If we all agree, then we will not have a show. So it's all love. Bobby, you're much loved in the chat also. Chelsea All the Way has also said some prayer for you. Jerry Z also. Please get better. We love you, and I will hope you're recovering well. What else do we have here? Sorry, again, it's become too slow. It's not working as usual, and that's I'm not sure why that is the case. I think it's a program itself. Great shout, Glenn, Bobby. We wish you a better brother. So I'm going to skip that one because I don't like DJ, not because the highlight screen is slow. Somebody there is responding to Lucilla, and I don't see that. I would love to see Slobozai. I think that's Dominic. Is his first name. With Nkunku, they seem to play so good together. Leipzig is not a players' shopping mall. Then, and good luck. Go give it a shot. I don't think it happens. They're not going to sell him to you. If Kai leaves, that free up the camp space. As a striking role for Gallagher or Chukwuemeka. Second striker role for Gallagher or Chukwuemeka, right, coach? No, not Gallagher. I don't see Gallagher as a 10 or as a cam, if you prefer. I don't see him as a second striker either. I think Gallagher is better off on the flanks as a right wing or left wing. I think he's more effective in those positions, not those positions you're mentioning. Even maybe Chukwuemeka as a second. Chukwuemeka needs to start a little bit, not as a number 9 because he has more to his game. He's a good passer of the ball, also can create chances. Good interplays from him. I've seen on occasions that I've seen him play. So I don't agree with that, even though I like you, but I don't agree with that. But it may be just you trying to see how I'd respond to that. But I don't agree with that one. I don't think, no. Maybe frees up space for Chukwuemeka. Yeah, I agree. Not as a second striker, but maybe in the 10th position, he gets chance. That is, if Nkunku doesn't play predominantly in that position. But Gallagher, no. 17 million, that's a good price. Even 60 is a good price. We paid around 70 for him. Plus, I think he's done well for us. 70 will be fine. Kepa doesn't have the confidence and strength to be a starter. That's coming from a New York man. Big up to you, brother. Valverde is valued way more than Havertz. I knew that was, I've done that research myself because a few days ago, some skating reports were saying they were interested in signing him. And I took my time to
coach.
Federico Valverde, the Real Madrid player.
Yeah, how old is he?
I think he's still, let me not just throw numbers at you, but he's still young. And he's Uruguayan, isn't he?
Not sure.
Yeah, Federico Valverde is Uruguayan.
Uruguay, for a very small country, like population.
Yeah, he's Uruguayan, and he's just 24.
Wow, he's just young.
Yeah, but he's a fine player,
country, they produce some very technical players.
It's a South American country. Poverty, most of the countries in that rich, and lots of them, again, they see football as the means to earn a living and survive. So they start very early, and the parents support them. It's not like at one point in Nigeria where you're not allowed to play football. Go read your book.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so but for them, that's what they know. James posted a diary entry talking about this season. Yeah, I read that too. Very emotional, and that shows you, the recurring injury does affect him because he loves the game. Yeah, I remember that. But I think we should talk about it. We should maybe doing a members only show. We haven't done one members only show for a while. But today, I think we'll most likely do an evening show to do the season's review. That has been scheduled and postponed like a million times. These are not bad players. It was down to Graham Potter. You could argue to some measure who utilized them for collecting them mushrooms. Good mix there. I like that. Let another club come for Kepa. I think Kepa will not agree to take a pay cut, so that's count that as an issue. Even if you want to sell him, he may end up leaving, but it's not going to be easy. Real, they have the capacity to pay 100 million, but if we ask for 100 million, they're not going to do that again. Then it becomes a huge risk for them, and I don't think they'll still be happy how much they paid for Havertz. Big up for Hazard. Big up, coach. I prefer Chukwuemeka at Cam. I think, he's shown. I've seen some attributes that shows he's capable of fulfilling that central attacking midfield role. Gallagher would be much better off. Not right, maybe right wing, but he has a lot of space. Or right midfield, no, just put him on the flanks. That's how I want to say. I prefer to say it. Or right midfield, he is naturally a CM, a three-man midfield. And yes, if anything, we'll end up confusing him even more. I would have loved him when he joined us from Crystal Palace. So keep playing him on the flanks, like was it Vieri? What's his name? Vieira, the former Arsenal man. Played him there, and he was effective. And I suspected Thomas Tuchel was going to try him out in a deep lying midfield role. It was one of the 2-6, and he did that. And I didn't like that. I think him and Kai are the same age. You could say that about the same age. Is Kai 24 already?
I'm not. He's 24 next month.
Oh, next month. So you can say he's 24. Yeah. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. We're at 155 likes. You people are absolute legends. I was going to put up a poll. Roger, I don't know you have anything to add when the fact is imminent. Kai Havertz to Real Madrid sounds imminent. And the fact that they're quoting Build, I think it's believable.
Build is a very legitimate outlet.
Yeah,
it really is.
They're like Sky Sports. They do a lot of tappings before they bring it out.
It is.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're a credible source, very much so. I'm displeased with it, to be honest with you, because I think he hasn't.
I like him too. So yeah, but go ahead.
He hasn't reached his peak. His potential hasn't been reached yet. So I think we're prematurely selling him. That's my opinion. However,
but what if he's asked to leave? Because the rumors yesterday was that Real Madrid, they've reached out to his camp. What if the club asks him, what do you want to do? And before that, we even saw some reports saying that the club, that they're inclined to sell. They're open to discussing his future, his departure. So maybe they get sense that he may well not be settled anymore and would like to look elsewhere. But go ahead with what you were saying. Sorry, I apologize for cutting you off.
No, listen, it's been a tumultuous season. It's been, the turmoil has been, listen, I don't need to explain the last 12 to 18 months in this club. It's been a hell of a ride. And so maybe his confidence in the club has waned. He's gone through the fact that Chelsea was sanctioned, etc., not knowing about his future. Just then obviously finishing 12th, probably at somewhat of a toxic locker room also, a lot of dejection. Probably he's looking for a new start. He's won virtually everything for Chelsea, internationally anyway. So he's like, what else do I have to do here? So it's probably, he's thinking, listen, I've got Champions League next season. I'm going to an elite team, elite club, I should say. So it makes sense for him in some regards, you know. It really does. And he's played in the Bundesliga, he's played in the Premier League, so why not try Spain? It makes sense for him. I'd be sad to see him go, though.
Yeah, let me catch up with the chat. Hopefully, Bobby has something else to say. I think we'll talk about Eden Hazard and we'll call it a day with that particular topic. Imagine Caicedo, Ugarte in a 3-man midfield. I think that would be good. Ends essentially Ugarte to his right, to his left. Caicedo is actually able to play in the wing back role. He's a versatile player too. 660 million of purchases and possibly 300 million of sales. How much would the agents commission for Jorge Mendes? I don't know. And I don't bother myself with that. All I know is that they earn quite a lot, and I don't know the percentage. And but I get it. They make quite a lot. Get well, brother. That's Landfill reaching out to Bobby again, wishing him to get well. So keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. And it says Kepa doesn't want to take a pay cut and leave, but he's the best professional. I don't know if anybody has said he's the best professional. I think you made that one up. Unfortunately, that's all I'm going to say with regards to that. I love you, but I'm going to call you out on that one. Prince Bolton says, cannot highlight the comment. Says, good afternoon, coach. Long time. Yeah, it's been a minute, brother. But I hope you're doing well. Always nice to see you. Long time. Hope you're doing. I can't complain. Any day above ground is a good day. So thank you for asking. Stop wasting time on Gallagher on this current squad. He will be sold. He's not going to get regular playing time at Chelsea. If that's going to happen, I'd rather him go elsewhere and develop well, and not us ruin him because he's still very young. Havertz looked lost since Werner and Rudiger left. The German connection made Havertz happy. You could argue also, I think he's become closer to MasonMount. Maybe MasonMount leaving is also a factor. I think the club will also be looking at those things because usually when that happens, even in a workplace, sometimes when your friends leave, you sometimes feel like you're leaving. That may well be a factor too. Principal Texas Gallagher has been tried in Chelsea, different kind of position, but he's not improving. Trying him in several positions doesn't help. If anything, it confuses him even more. Real Madrid need an out-and-out number 9 to replace a Benzema. Havertz is a calm. I don't think they can. The rumors are that they coming for Havertz, even not because they want him to replace a Benzema for a different role. So I'm not sure why. I'm not going to get into that much. Yo to you too. I hope you're doing well, Mr. Happiness is for free. And that's my Kenyan brother. I haven't forgotten where you're from. Always nice to see you. Let's talk about this brother here. Roger, I'm going to start with you. What do you make of his situation at Real Madrid? For me, he didn't survive. He didn't thrive at Real Madrid for a multitude of reasons, not because of him not being a disciplined individual with regards to his fitness and all of that. I think the Real Madrid environment wasn't conducive for him when he arrived. Havertz is sort of player. Yeah, go ahead.
I know what you're saying, but his reputation was at Chelsea. I saw him in an interview with one of his colleagues, one of the players, and they said, and he basically said, "Yeah, well, this is what the gym looks like," because the interview was actually conducted in the gym because he wasn't a prolific workaholic. You could tell every time you saw him in the training field and so forth, he was always had a smile on his face. He was a big kid at heart and he loved playing football. But do I think he took it seriously? Do I think he looked after his body 100% like most other athletes? From what we hear from Chelsea and Real Madrid, that wasn't the case. He got overweight. You could see it.
I remember even during his first preseason with the team, he returned to camp after his signing overweight. But I think that's the least of his problems.
Also, I think being tackled the most for 3 or 4 years consecutively, when I say being tackled, being fouled the most each year took its toll on his body also, especially his ankles. So I think that there's a myriad of reasons why. But the factor that...
But do you agree it's not just down to him not being a disciplined professional?
No, but it's a factor. I think you can't...
It's a factor, yeah. And that must be mentioned too.
because your body's your office, and we don't know. But having said that, if he was a more disciplined player and looked after himself, you don't know. That may not have transpired. But you could tell that he wasn't the most disciplined player. And I think, listen, when you've gone through, how many coaches have they had in this 4-year tenure? They've had like 3, I believe, correct? And so what does that tell you?
I think just 2, really. Wasn't it after then? Who took over? But just go ahead and
regardless, he wasn't really given a chance because he wasn't training hard. So what does that tell you? In 4 years, yes, now the first 2, he played literally a handful of games each season. So I get that. But then again, showing up out of shape, way overweight, that didn't help to his physical conditioning. And that's where injuries happen the older you get. So the older you get, as I'm sure you know, it's not so much you're more prone to getting injuries. That's not the case. It's the fact that your body doesn't heal as fast. And so that in conjunction with the fact that you're not looking after it in the first place is a huge contributing factor, if anything. And then when he has been fit as of late, he hasn't been selected hardly ever at all. In fact, you have people the last year that have been picked ahead of him that are playing out of position. What does that tell you? That tells you that his mindset probably isn't there. And you're looking at, we're not talking about a new coach. We're talking about a highly respected coach. So I think it's yes, he's been unlucky. Listen, it's unfortunate that he endured those injuries.
And I think he will forever regret not continuing at Chelsea, because Chelsea understood he wasn't hardworking and understood how to get the best out of him. He fed off the fans' love. If anything, he's gotten hate at Madrid.
Sure.
But go ahead.
Yeah, but him not being a consummate professional with regards to looking after his body, I think, I think that's a huge factor, Coach. I really do.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Kane is the desired number 9. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get him, except if he's living on a free. Even if Kane is living on a free, his age is a factor. Kane would want to go to a club where he gets to win something immediately. And Chelsea isn't that club right now, no matter the relationship he has with, he has with Mauricio Pochettino. Even if he's a free agent now, I don't think he'd come to Chelsea for 2 reasons. One, he wouldn't want to upset the Tottenham faithful. 2, Chelsea isn't the club where he's be guaranteed to win something immediately. And his priority right now would be to go to a place where he gets to win something. All the Graham Potter's backroom staff is gone, and Lampard's backroom staff are also all gone. They don't have a place at Chelsea, but I'm not going to talk about that. Phil says, get Wilson fit. Phil, you went out the moderator, so you use 3 emojis. That was why you got the 1. But you're a moderator now. I don't think you get that issue again. And I think you should have been a mod for a long time now. Apologies, I wasn't paying attention. The next one says we need to be ruthless on chopping this squad from Hakim to Chika to Kai to Kepa to Nkunku to Mount to Pulisic to Alba. That's your opinion, but I agree with lots of the names you mentioned. There are a few of them. I don't think we should. Again, we should say, but that's my opinion. But everything comes down to what the manager wants to do and what players he wants to keep. So if you're deemed a surplus or requirement, eventually you get sold. Kane has a no trophy policy holding him back to join Real Madrid. I like that, but I don't think Kane comes to Chelsea. Glenton, also the next comment after Mabata 05 comment there. He's responding to someone there, so I'm going to move on. We had the whole hamburger debacle with Hazard some years back. The pitch was his playground. Imagine if he had a Ronaldo type mentality, exactly. he would have won a 3 Ballon d'Ors right now. But unfortunately, I get it. I'm still going to argue. And when Roger spoke with regards to the reason for Hazard's failure at Madrid, I was rethinking. The piece I'm writing, saying maybe, but I still have a perspective to come with my argument. Yeah, his failure at Madrid wasn't down to his lack of discipline as a professional. There are other issues, the injury, and plus the fact they don't trust him and they don't know how to handle Hazard. Hazard wants to feel important. Start from there and get him to work harder. I think you get that from him. Mourinho did that. Get him to be involved. then talk about his lack of again discipline. Then you can get that from him.
Yeah,
but
to me, he's probably the most naturally gifted player I've ever seen for Chelsea.
Oh yeah, it comes natural for him.
Yeah, he was a wonder to watch.
If he's able to come to a game drunk and still be the best player, that was when he was still in France. That shows you. That? Yeah, he's not. He's a natural. Here's the thing. But my point is, again, he failed at Madrid for, you can say, a multitude of reasons. Not just his lack of discipline as a professional. There are the injuries, the lack of trust, the lack of them not knowing that Hazard needs that love. He feeds off of that love. You're showing him you're an important player. Mourinho did that. If not, again, he wouldn't have worked under Mourinho. But Mourinho recognized, first of all, I have to make him feel important. Then during the end of the year award ceremony, called him out for lack of his defensive contributions. And then the following season, we saw a better Hazard tracking back and helping defensively, even though he wasn't good at it, if that makes sense. I'm going to move on to the next one. My boy's at the door, so I'm going to try to get anybody else. DJ, you want to come in with regards to the Hazard talk? You can come in so that I can handle this quickly.
Yeah, now listen, it's obviously sad. Obviously, sad to see how things have come from at the end at Real Madrid. I mean, obviously, we all love him. We all love him at Chelsea. Loved him at Chelsea, still do. Obviously, seeing him now finish. It looks like he said. Also, he may even end up retiring as well. There was a quick tweet that he might even retire after this. So it'll be interesting to see what his next move will be. But obviously, a fantastic player. We all love him. I mean, I was gutted when he left the first time round. And if whatever happens to him in his next move, if he does move to another club, I hope it goes well for him. But if he can come back to Chelsea in some capacity. And I'm talking about some capacity, like if he's retiring, if it's true he's retiring, if he can come back to Chelsea and help out players such as Noda Madueke and Mudryk, show them how to play on the wing, I wouldn't complain about that, giving him some kind of a job at Chelsea, because I think he'd deserve it.
Yeah, I get it.
You think? You saying you think he should come back to Chelsea?
No, not to play, but some kind of a. If it's true that he's retiring,
but that's in the future. I think we haven't seen the last of Hazard. I think either goes to Saudi. Yeah, we haven't.
If he does, I hope that's the case, bro. That's it, then.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. That's all I have to know. Only because I read somewhere yesterday that on when the tweet went around that Real Madrid were releasing him in June. There was talk. There's a possibility that he may retire. I'm not sure how true that was, but it was a known source as well, a known tweet that went around from a known source. So it's not someone who makes it up. It's someone who's actually in the known. So I was a bit, obviously when I read that yesterday, I was like, okay, if that is the case, wherever he ends up going, hopefully he'll play on again somewhere else. But if he doesn't, and there's a chance that he might want to go and work somewhere else to be like a coaching or show plays, and I wouldn't mind him coming back to Chelsea in terms of that, but not playing, but just to be. Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, or playing in the background or something.
I think he still play football. I think his refusal to not leave was because I think he probably felt hard done by the Madrid hierarchy. At one point, he lost weight. If you followed him at Madrid, at one point he lost weight. He looked lean at one point, but they still didn't play him even when he was fit. I think they were trying to force him out. So his refusals to leave was just trying to get back at them. But fortunately, both parties they did come to an agreement. They didn't pay him how much they should have paid him if they had waited for him. Again, I think he agreed to some amount that they paid him in. Yeah, mutual consent, both of going their separate ways. We haven't seen the best of Eden Hazard. I don't agree. I think he has more to offer to the game, and he loves the game that much. He just wanted to get back at Madrid by deciding, no, he's not leaving. He's staying to fight for his place. They didn't treat him well. Even when he was fit, they didn't start him. They were trying to push him out, but he refused to leave. Sorry, I've corrected that. I feel sorry about that. I'm going to skip quite a few. I have to get done soon. My boys are coming. I think my in-laws have left, so it's just I and the wife. So I've been making them lunch in most cases when my wife isn't around. Roger, is on it telling you Hazard with a Ronaldo mentality is equal to scary, but Hazard again he's very different. I agree with Roger Mabasta 05 says Hazard with CR7 diet will be one of the best wingers in Europe. He's an excellent player and capable of playing as a 10 too, actually. And he's one of the you could say the least selfish players that's good as him that I've ever seen. Hazard is a team player, even though he's capable of taking on teams in most cases to score goals, but he hardly does that. Only does that when we've tried everything and it hasn't worked. We can keep all those attractors. Let us give out the liabilities. I will add more with recall liver Cowell and all that. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. I don't know anybody else want to add to that. I think we should call it a day before these guys, the Blue Army, break down my door.
I'm just worried now due to this build report that we're cleaning house. I was under the impression Poch wanted Hazard, but if what's his name, Kai, and if Kai is actually leaving, then we're going to be depleted because I think, well, obviously Pierre-Emerick's going. Pulisic, I believe, is out the door. You know, who else? Choi, Callum Hudson-Odoi. You're going to look at a very depleted team, especially going forward, and the midfield also. So that's quite worrisome, actually. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with it. I'm just reading quickly here. The guy James Ducker from the Telegraph is actually just reported saying that Man United have only offered 50 million proposal for Mason Mount. That's it,
and they'll get that.
50 million.
Because 50 million is better than zero. Because if we keep it another 12, listen, this is what they did with J5. You know, so what does that tell you? That they know that too. They know that they're not gonna. Chelsea will sell at 50 or even 40 because
I don't think we get anything close to what was being quoted out there.
Yeah, that was a farce.
He doesn't have like 10 million years left on his contract or so. I think with that, people, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get any more comment. We've been streaming for, you can say, 4 hours right now. DJ, I appreciate you finding the time to join us. I understand you're a very busy man, but whenever time allows, you always got time to join. Roger, thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough, brother.
Pleasure,
I wish there's a way I could pay back all the excellent panelists we've had. We've always had here discussing and putting head together to come to sensible conclusion. That's the reason why the community is growing. Thank you so much to all of you. I appreciate you all. I cannot thank you guys enough. And for those of you in the chat from JC to Musto, who says get Harry Kane, it's never going to happen. And I've explained why. Lusula, Mabasta 05 and Glenn 10. Sorry, I cannot highlight your name while I call you out because, the highlight screen is very slow. Then Phil, Mr. Happiness is for free. Everyone else that has been in the chat, I appreciate you all. See you guys next time. God bless us all and bye.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, everyone. Peace, everyone.